Who went to heaven and never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. Why does it say 5 minutes ago? I haven't been live for 5 minutes. You're lying. What? I just went live. On the wrong track. Hey, what's up? I'm doing good. Yesterday sucked, but that's all right. Yesterday was really rough. I really was up to my limit yesterday with debugging that. And what I realized, so after stream yesterday, I stayed and I kept doing things because after stream you'd think like I would take a break or whatever, but after stream it kind of like clears my head when I don't have anybody watching me or whatever. And I found when I talked myself through the entire code, like everything from start to finish, and I found that this struct was padded wrong. And the reason why it was padded wrong, because I was talking. Because I was like talking and I was theorizing and I put something here. I put like a vec3 tr pause because I was going to translate these before. I was going to translate these before so that I didn't have to do anything during runtime. But then I realized that that wasn't possible. But I left this here. It was like here, and it fucked the padding up. So the normals were wrong. It was garbage data. And so the whole time I was wondering why occlusion wasn't working when like all of everything was, perfect. I tested all the values. And it turns out that nothing was wrong with it. It's just that I fucked up the padding on this struct because I was talking and theorizing on things, and I never wrote that. And that was like at least 2 hours yesterday of just being completely stuck with that. So I'm glad that is over, because I was really doubting my my coding ability at some point, because I was like, man, do I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing? But of course, it's always a fucking SSBO padding thing. It's always always. So anyway, we have a path tracer on the GPU, and this was just baked 128 iterations while I was saying that sentence. So pretty fast. Of course, this is like a really small asset. I did try to bake Sponza. Okay, so another thing that we have to talk about in regards to so this computer is really bad. This is a laptop from like 2016. It is a mobile 1050 in it. Really not powerful. But the problem with it isn't that it's not powerful. It's that it has no thermal regulation inside of it. Okay, so once it hits a certain temp, it throttles to the point of not working, right? So to explain how graphics drivers work, well, let's say you have a compute shader and you run it, right? Well, the graphics driver, it puts all of its eggs in the basket and executes that, right? However, if it takes too long, the driver just panics and says that it's lost the plot, and then it just resets the display driver, right? I think it's like 2 or 3 seconds is how fast it needs to go through a compute pass. So on those large scenes, of course, you aren't going to get it in 3 seconds, a single pass. What you can do is split it up into different tiles. do a quarter of it at a time. That does work. However, my graphics card is so bad that even if it throttles at some point, it will literally go so slow that even the tiles won't get done in time. So on a big scene like Sponza, if my graphics card throttles, I have to do it 64 by 64 at a time. To explain to you in kind of like to illustrate how small that is, a light map for Sponza is 4096 by 4096. Now 64 by 64 doesn't sound that small, but I assure you, I don't know the exact math, but to bake a light map, it's 128 iterations plus, I'd say. So for each iteration to have within it that many steps is incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. So when people say to me, which they do say to me a lot, hey, you could just do this on the GPU, without realizing my kind of hardware constraints and the fact that often actually it's faster to do things on the CPU for me because my hardware is so dog shit. I just wanted to say this just to illustrate my kind of frustration with how many people have told me, hey, just do it on compute. It's like, I've written a bunch of compute and my hardware is just so ass that there's a reason why graphics cards only became like the thing in the past like 6 to 8 years. It's because before that they were pretty unstable, especially in like shit like a laptop. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with this fucking coffee foam, bro. Having a beard, it's not good. Anyway, so this is baked really fast. It's a small asset, but as you can see, there's some blotchiness still. It's not. I need to like work on the denoising. I just kind of like threw like the old denoiser on top of it and ported it, and it isn't like it's not like I'm not like the happiest with it, but because of this like blotchiness. But I mean, it's doing its job, right? So this light comes in here, it bounces off, and it hits this more than it hits this, right? So that's how indirect works. Make you understand much more how things work under the hood. It does, but it also, it sucks when you write code and then you can't use the code. That's always like not the best feeling in the world. It's also cool how you can go in walls and then it pushes you out of the wall because of the physics resolution stuff. That's not me moving. That's just anyway. So something cool here. So if we move these lights around, it's I don't think, yeah. So it's not going to move everything because this is obviously baked, right? So I'm trying to illustrate my point, and now it's kind of hard. But as you can see, the blue kind of hue here stays because it's baked. So that's that. Anyway, pretty cool. Wanted to show it off, and that's that. Now I had heard about this directional mapping thing, which is basically alongside your light map, you have the average direction vector of the initial path trace bounce, scaled by its luminance, and that vector you then multiply by your normal map in the shader, and that gives you kind of real-time indirect, faked, right? So I did read about that, and I want to try that. So we're gonna try it. We are gonna try it. First of all, we have to make the texture though. There's some other scenes. For me, right now, I mean, baking Sponza is I'm kind of scared because if I push my computer, it may get stuck in kind of a high power state. This happened last night when I was baking Sponza. It just got stuck with a permanent thermal throttle and I had to restart it. So, I don't know. We can do like RTGI's demo scene, like sure. But Sponza I can't. I don't want to risk the Sponza bake because yeah. Also it takes a while. Like this is obviously going to take a minute for the demo scene. But yeah, I just don't want to push it too hard, you know. Okay. So we're gonna have a new texture. I used to put it on the LD, but I mean now I don't really want to be honest. I'd rather like do the directional map texture like that. Where is this? Oh, it's right here. I'm just really stupid. Overall, you're cooking, bro. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll see the demo scene. The demo scene is cool. Okay, so we need to initialize this texture. Now, I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure we're just going to do 32F for it, even though we probably don't want it like that permanently. Oh, yeah, so this is the problem with doing this, is that we actually need to ping pong it, so this is kind of... Yeah, the ping ponging thing is kind of fucking annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my gosh, it's dark. Oh, this is kind of cool. I didn't do it with this light. Oh, this is kind of cool. Anyway, this is the demo scene. The light direction isn't like ideal for it. I don't think. Also, it's kind of weird that those balls are just black on the bottom. This is cool though. Yeah, I didn't test this with this kind of night scene. Should send a picture of that to Anna. I think she would like this. Honestly, I'm surprised it looks this good. Anyway. I don't have a 2D scene. No, I don't have anything 2D in the engine, unfortunately. Okay. So we're probably not even going to use this, to be honest, but you know, just for the sake of my brain cells, we'll just make it there for a second. So we make this ping and this pong texture. I think we're gonna need a ping and a pong for the directional map, because I talked with Jarvis about this, and Jarvis was like, yeah, you do need to still dilate and denoise it, and so we need to ping pong anyway. So apparently we are going to need to do this. So this is a lot of VRAM, obviously. But the good thing is that these are only temporary textures, so... Okay. So we want to bind one to directional Pong. And we're just going to follow the same convention. Because I'm scared that I'll fuck it up if I don't. I feel like it's hard not using git indicator of changes while I'm coding. I've never really used that stuff. Maybe I'm just ignorant. But, yeah. Possibly just ignorant. I don't think that they start at 0, right? I think you're supposed to do that, right? Whatever. We'll figure this stuff out later, like what the thing is for when we rebake or have any of this memory stuff. I don't really know what it's gonna be like. Okay, that should be that setup. Theoretically. What is on my agenda today? What's up, Mika? I'm going to be implementing a directional map, which stores the weighted initial bounce direction of a path trace, and hopefully we're gonna be fine. So this is going to become negative first bounce stir, I think I called it earlier. And we need to get the image load for this. And do it at the top. We're gonna call it directional text. On the wrong. Okay. And then this should be the same as this. Reader sum, radar sample. And this sample luminance, yeah, I got this earlier today from Google. This is apparently some constant that you have to do, so that's that. Then we can get rid of this. And then we just image store that out. That's kind of useful, so let's not get rid of that. My stomach has not been good lately. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. This is new Dursum. And new sample count. I think that the sample count should be the same. Or maybe, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Or actually... No. It's the same. It's the same. What the fuck is wrong with me? Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Okay, so we need to go into the dilation stuff and then also do this here. It should really just be the exact same thing. But we do have to we're just gonna have to copy and paste the same thing for dir. We need to rename these. Okay. Okay, and we need to do dir in and dir out. And that's everything ported over. Other than this, we need to have a accumulated dir. And you just want to do this here. Okay. And that should be that taken care of. Unless I did something wrong. Which I would not be surprised if I did something wrong. But you know what? You live and you learn. This is correct. I'm just not looking at the right code. That is correct. And now we have to do the denoise. Yeah, my stomach has not been good. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. Let's just do that. I want easy wins today. No fuckery. No fuckery. Okay, that should be fine. We need to have the weights though for the dir. So all of this needs to change actually. Does the weight actually change? Hold on. This was ported from the blurring thing that I had. But it's based on normal position Right, so the weight doesn't actually change. You just have to have a sum dir. Now break of cyto. Really crazy. I hope that, I mean, my stomach has been fucked up, but I mean, I don't think it's that fucked up. I don't think it's that fucked up, fortunately. If you go down to Hammond and then come back. Okay. Theoretically, that should just work. I think they give you a -1. Yeah. Anyway, we can now bind this in the shader, wherever that is. It's in render. We unfortunately are kind of out of texture slots, which is unfortunate, to be honest. How about this? Let's just put it down here at 15. There are canonically 16 slots, so it's the probe textures. But yeah. Okay. So we want to sample it here. I don't like that. That was gonna bother me. That was gonna really fucking bother me. Okay. Okay, so apparently you can just multiply times this. Oh no, it's the lightmap UVs. LMUV. Do we really have to have a branch here? I think we do. If use probe is 1. You probably sample this in the vertex shader and then just interpolate it that way. You know, you don't have to do this, but whatever. Oh right, you have to also, we have to make another compute shader actually. I totally didn't remember that. We have to put it into the correct space and normalize it. I forget. I had this open earlier. Normalizes dominant direction vector and map it to 0 and 1. I think that the whole reason why they want you to do that is so that you can have it in like a lower precision texture. So I don't know if we really care. Hold on, I'm gonna get some water, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay. So you can store it in a less HDR texture. I think that that's what they want us to do. We can do that. I wonder if I'm supposed to normalize it here or after. I imagine it's before. I'm not sure though. Maybe it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're gonna need to make a new computer. So we'll just write it to the final one. Okay. We're just doing the typical stuff here. Is it just this? I don't really remember. Yeah. Okay. So this is not going to be RGB at 32F. It's going to be RGB 8. Oh, sorry, I have the coffee on the screen. My bad. Hold on. What am I even looking up for this? I should just be using my browser on the computer, I know. RGBA8. I see. Use RGBA8. Okay, just do this, it says. Because it needs 4 alignment. So that's what we're doing. What was the store? What was the store thing? Let me look this up. Because Jarvis did say something about this earlier today. You just normalize. It's just normalize and then normalize. Okay, got it. Okay. It also says here to do this with it says this, which, I mean, it's safer, I guess. But, yeah, it says to do that. And then, it's, you know what coding is a lot like with the AI stuff? It's kind of like the thing with, like, when you look at, like, Stockfish, you know, in terms of chess. You know, when you look up, like, you know, when you see what Stockfish says is the best move, and you're like, yeah, I guess, you know, like, you're improving the position, sure. But are you creating threats? I don't know. Anyway, so you do this typical thing. Yeah, that is correct. And then you image store it out to outer text chord vec4 color 0 1. I think that's correct, and that's the shader. Now to make a new shader. When it comes to the shader names, I always like to be extra verbose. So, sorry if that bothers you. I'm just putting these all in one because they should always be in one. We'll always love you, but that's not the point. Okay. And now we want to make this that format. So RGBA8, GL unsigned byte, and GL RGBA. Yeah. Okay. Now to go back to here, I think we'll just do it here. We want to bind the in and the out texture, which is the in would be directional ping, and the out, we're gonna want to delete directional pong and directional ping this time, and the out will be directional map texture, and we will bind it as RGBA8. And that should just be it. We want to also do the uniforms. We of course also have to eventually do the, you know, I'm dreading it, but we do have to do the cache uniforms thing soon. So that's fun. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be really fun. We want to bind the shader, of course. I always find the naming convention for this specific function in OpenGL weird. GL use program instead of GL bind program. It doesn't really make sense to me. But yeah. Maybe I'm just stupid. And there is a good reason for it. Okay. There we go. Let's see if did I do all of this correctly? I feel like I just kind of blacked out and did it. I think you do this. I don't. No, actually, no. You don't do this. What am I doing? What was I thinking? 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 You don't do that. You don't do that. You obviously applied only when there's indirect. Duh. What the fuck? Do you just do it here? When you're doing the indirect, you just do n times. I may look this up. I think you just do this here. I think you do this. Or it's the viewter. It's one of the two. It is one of the two. Let me look that up. How to apply directional light map during indirect calculation. Not in a fucking game engine. In a custom engine. Like, bro. It's telling me to open up my settings. Like, bro, come on, man. Compute the dot product between the encoded dominant light vector and the surface normal, scaling the base indirect color into the baked global illumination. What the fuck does that mean? What? Retrieve or calculate the pixel's world space normal. Compute the dot product between the decoded dominant light direction and the surface normal, scaling the base indirect color to inject normal matte high frequency relief. So it's the dot between the directional light map and the surface normal. And then you just scale the base indirect color by it. Okay. Okay, got it. Kind of. Kind of. Kind of. We're just going to call it directional bias, and we're going to start it at 0.1. And then if we have this, we want to make directional bias equal the dot of indirect normal against n. And then you just multiply this times this. Is that serious? So I just take the dot and then multiply the final indirect by it. Come on, Google AI. Tell me. Surfaces away from to receive zero bounce light, which is physically incorrect. Oh god, is this complicated? Oh my god, I think that this is complicated. A dominant direction vector and a light focus / directness factor. Use a half Lambert wrapping function. Okay, I thought that this was just a dot, bro. What? So apparently you map it back to -1 to 1, so we didn't do that. We have a focus factor. And then you dot the world normal with the dominant dir, and then you put that between 0 and 1. And then you divide by the focus factor. Let me ask, what is the focus factor? And how do you derive that? Is that just the scaled luminosity? Versus the light arriving uniformly from the rest of the hemisphere? Oh my god. The focus factor is the ratio of the length of the accumulated directional vector to the total accumulated energy. Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. So the total energy... Okay. The normalized direction of that accumulated energy. Ratio of the length of the accumulated directional vector to the total accumulated energy. Okay, got it. Okay, we can calculate that. The problem is... Oh no, we can just put that in the alpha channel, because we don't actually use the alpha channel. Okay, so this is fun. This is actually not that bad. And we're forced to have alpha anyway. New sample count is always coming from there anyway. So... the focus factor is the ratio of the length of the accumulated directional vector to the total accumulated energy. Is it the accumulated energy of this step, though? I'm assuming it is. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. So it's... Wait, what? TIB be the incoming color intensity. VIB the world space incoming direction vector. Strike the dominant. Simply the normalized direction of that accumulated energy. Right. So ratio of the length of the accumulated direction vector to the total accumulated energy. Okay. This is really confusing me. Hey, what's up, Cypher? This is really confusing me. The ratio to the total accumulated energy. But isn't that just going to give you what we have back out? Because this first bouncer is already normalized. So you're just multiplying it by a scalar. And then it's telling me to divide this, the length of this, by this, which is just going to give you this. I come late. That's all right. That is all right. I'm so confused. Fall rays come from the exact same direction. Focus equals 1. Okay, for every photon array hitting the texel, let Ci become the incoming color intensity. Vi is the incoming direction vector. So this is every ray. This is every ray. And we create H. It's simply the unnormalized direction of that accumulated energy. Yes. Yes. So that's that radar sample that we have. is the ratio of the length to the total accumulated energy. The total accumulated energy has to be new color, I think. Or old color. Okay. And then I'm guessing that I interpolate it the same way. Okay. Let's give this a shot, I guess. We use sample luminance for this, which is this current step. So I think we use this current step. So if we're to calculate the focus, this is, well, we need the old focus equals old dir data dot a. It's glorious. Oh, nice. Nice, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear. So the focus, hold on, let me ask, do you average the focus based on sample count? I'm assuming that the sum of CI is persistent across iterations and not just the current accumulation. The sum CI must persist. Yes, exactly. Just like the vector sum age. Okay, got it. You do not average the focus factor based on the sample count, because the focus factor is a ratio of two accumulated totals. Mathematically cancels out. Okay. Okay. Oh, you only do this at the end. Okay, this is why I'm so confused. You only do this at the end. Okay. I was wondering, like, how do you do a moving average for this? This is so confusing. You just do this at the end during here. You calculate, well, we're going to need to image load the other thing. The length of the final base color, the length of the accumulated vector. Accum vector versus vector. Oh my god. Vector length over the accumulated luminance. Do I need another thing for the accumulated luminance then? Do I need another thing for the accumulated luminance? I think I may. I may need another texture. Or I can just put it into alpha, actually. I can just put that into alpha. Length of the accumulated vector. And accumulated vector is that. Okay, but I'm doing all of this, like, averaging thing, and so I'm kind of worried about this. Maybe I don't average anything then, and I just divide at the end. I can just divide at the end, I think. It should be the same. Let's try dividing at the end. Because if I divide at the end, then I get to have the length of the accum vector without it normalized. Because I need that length of that vector over the accumulated luminance. Although actually, yeah, you do need it unnormalized. Okay, so in that case, let's just normalize everything by the sample count at the end, and then that'll be that. That'll be that, and we'll store the accumulated luminance in here instead. So yeah, let's do that. So new luminance equals old dir data.a plus sample luminance, and we'll put this in here. New dir sum is just going to be, instead of this, we're just gonna do old dir sum plus ray dir sample, and then for the new color we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna do old color plus ray color. I don't know how this is going to affect things, but I'm just going to do this like this for now and then see how this works out. All right, let's try this. So at the end, we're going to need to normalize both, actually. Now it's not just the in and the out dir. We also need the denoiser is the bottleneck. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. Vec for dir data and vec for light data. Averaging it with it for color. Which is a bit more costly. So where are the gains coming from? Okay. Absolutely Switch to accumulating raw sums. Okay. Yeah, so it says that I should literally just, yeah. It says that I should just do what I'm doing right now. Total sample count, yeah. The focus factor is the vector length, which is the vector length of the raw vector sum, which is the accumulation vector, which is the dir. Okay, got it. Okay, so originally when I tried RAID versus ABB, forgot to integrate into the actual array function. It's the difference between testing. It's just testing once. Oh, I see. Yeah, RAID versus ABB is really cheap because of the. I don't know if you're doing slab tests or whatever, but for me, it's really cheap for the bounding boxes. Yeah. Okay. It's backing out. It's good. Yeah. Okay. It's got this in a weird language. It's an HLSL. Oh yeah, that's strange. Okay, so we have the vector length, and then the vector sum over the vector length, right? Right. This is actually just this. Okay, so there's that. And then the focus factor is the accumulated vector over the luminance. That reflects everything? Looks amazing. Yeah, like the Cornell room or whatever. Raw luminance sum. And this is the vector length. Okay, and that's all of the math. That is all of the math. And then this is the dominance. We're just going to call this And there we go. Just that was bothering me. Okay. Cool. A 3D sphere with a mirror material. Is that not the same thing, or does it not have that? Literally just a ball. But aren't there balls in that room? Or am I misremembering it? I thought that there were mirror balls in that room. A box and sometimes a ball. Yeah, I thought the ball was like it had reflections or whatever. Maybe not. Okay. It can. Yeah, I think I saw it with once or something like that. Okay, apparently that is what we need to do. And now we have that. And now apparently I need to do something with that focus factor, which is this half Lambert equation. I need to make it back between -1 and 1. Oh god, yeah, my stomach is fucked up. I think I'm gonna stop having this coffee now. R shadow ambient. Yeah, my stomach is fucked. I don't know what I fucking ate, but dude, I am not feeling good. Okay. Okay. So we get the dominant dir again. XYZ times 2.0 minus 1. That's the classic. And then you take the focus factor and then you divide by it once you get the Lambert. And the Lambert is the dot of the normal and the dominant dir. That's what we were doing earlier. And then you scale this the other way. Okay. And then you scale the indirect with the color times the Lambert over the focus factor. And so this will be the irradiance. lm.rgb times the lam over the focus factor. Okay. Okay, so it's affecting the actual indirect before it goes into the equation. I thought that it was something different. So it's actually baked into the color itself, which is interesting. U input text, lightmap dilate. I missed one here. Right, instead of size, what I really should be doing is just use the uniforms here. Okay. Obviously do this check here. Something else I don't think that I do is I don't think that I didn't do this. So obviously really instead of the whole, I could just read write, I could just declare read write for this so that I don't have to it's fine. Let's just move this over here and let's just do this. So this will be ping and then it'll go into LD texture ID. And we want to make this 32F. I think I might be becoming lactose intolerant, which is like so shit, to be honest. Because if I have too much milk products in one day, it just like completely fucks me up. Like completely. But it happens randomly. Like sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it's fine. But other times it's really not fun. Like sometimes it's really not fun. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do this before we do this or what, but we're gonna do it after, just because I don't want to do the blurring stuff with it in low precision. I feel like that's probably a bad idea, to be honest. God, we have so many fucking textures. It's disgusting. It's fucking absolutely heinous. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Me and your 5Ds. Yeah. Directional normalize.comp. We have to cast this to an int ivec2. And then we have undefined variable in light text. Oh. I meant in light text and in out light text, yeah. Implicit cast 3030. Implicit cast to vec3. Oh yeah. So we'll just put it to 1. Oh my gosh. I mean, how are we even going to test if this works is the thing. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I'm glad that you're here, Anna, because you're about to see like the greatest thing ever. I baked RGGI demo scene at night and it looks so sick. It is the sideways one though. It looks so sick. Why are night skybows? You're halfway between. It's going to be done in 30 seconds to a minute. It's It's not done yet. It's baking. Do you see how fast this goes though? For 128 iterations. This is the iteration count as it goes. How big is the scene? This is your scene. This is RTGI demo scene. But by the way, my old baker only did 4 iterations. So that's how it is fast. It is fast. But this is different because it's a path tracer and not a radiance map, but it's different. But I mean, big numbers means better, right? Right? All right, let's see if this is this part is so sick. I like this. This is sick. Laser. Like this room is just so cool with the night lighting. I have no clue if the normal mapping things, the material, yeah, it does. It really does. I have no clue if this normal mapping thing actually did anything, though. I probably need to like debug, look at it. I wonder how the blue gets through here. I think that that's just the specular. Yeah, that is. Okay, well, I mean, I'm just gonna have to debug, like, view it somehow, because I have no clue if this is doing anything. We should also probably do it in the day because it's easier to see. So let's do that. Let's do just regular cube map. That's how we do it during the day. And we'll do, I'll do the hall because the hall is just super free to, you know, easy to do. How am I actually gonna see how this is working? Here. How do we test this? We could try, we could try just printing out the focus factor. Or lamb over the focus factor. That's a lot of details, but it's dropping your frames a bunch. Yeah. Okay, so let's just see here. I just want to see just the FF. Because I have no clue if I did this correctly. Warning FF what? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Might be used before being initialized. Oh yeah, don't worry about it, bro. We only have static geometry, bro. To accumulate now? What do you mean? You're oh, I see. Huh. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be looking for here. It seems to do something. That is the N with the dominant dir over the focus factor. Let's just see the N with the... I mean, you definitely see the normal map there. Hey, it is what it is. The more frames you have in motion. Yeah, I could imagine, yeah. Okay. It's pretty much the same exact thing. That makes me interested to see what the focus factor is. Send me an image? Okay. I wonder what the focus factor is. It's just plain white. So that's what I'm worried about. The focus factor is just plain white. It's actually a high refresh rate. I'll take a look. Today's going to be a chill day. I'm not going to be doing anything crazy. Well, that looks great. Wow, that looks great. That's high resolution. That looks great, yeah. I mean, it looks like high resolution to me. Maybe it's not. Hold on, I have to ask Jarvis something real quick. I multiply the first bounce dir to get the sample direction each iteration by the sample luminance for that iteration. Therefore, the length over luminance is 1. Did I do something wrong there? How would they differ? Okay, so I did something wrong probably. Do I do C programming? What's the plan for today? I don't do C programming professionally. What's the plan for today? I'm working on doing a directional map. So basically you bake in the dominant incoming indirect light direction into a separate texture. And so I'm trying to figure out how to mathematically do this. Just Googling as I go along, and I'm having some trouble, but honestly, I'm just chilling today because yesterday was the big compute day. It was very stressful, but today I'm just chilling. Native in that frame yields me about 40 to 60 FPS. That's still amazing. That still is amazing, yeah. So right now we're dividing the vector length by the luminance, and these are the same exact value, and so we just get 1 out. So yeah. All right, yeah, I'll take a look. Do I initialize this to... I think I do. I think I do. I initialize this to directional pong. I'd call GL clear image on it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Nigma? How are you? Let's just read through it and make sure that I didn't do something stupid here. Did I bind these correctly? Read, write, read, write. That's correct. That is definitely correct. And directional map texture. I do make it yeah, I do make it the correct. I'm doing all right. Did I get the tree indexable? I did. I did figure it out, and we got through it, and it was painful, but we got through it, you know. We got through it, but it was painful. We could try making this GL RGBA 32F and then see if that changes anything. Because that might be a problem for whatever reason. Let's try that. Noise. Yeah, every time somebody says noise in chat, the Google Translate, I think it's only for me on like the side of the streamer. The Google Translate puts it to noise, which I think is very funny. Noise. Oh my god, it just did the thing. It just did the thing. Okay. Okay, so what just happened is that my GPU just disconnected. So I have to restart the computer. The dedicated GPU just sometimes disconnects. So that's what the that doo-doo-doo sound was. So yeah, it's been doing that recently, but yeah. Especially after I did some tweaking to it. I did some cleaning. I had to clean the connections inside. It just does that, yeah. What do I mean my GPU disconnected? That's the doo-doo-doo that you heard. It just does that sometimes, so. I stream on a laptop, so. Yeah, Windows, Microsoft, they made this thing like shit. Let me tell you, they made this thing so fucking terribly. Like, you know, it's just an awful piece of hardware. Like, seriously. Will the stream reset too? No, this is why I stream from a second older computer with a capture card, is because shit like this happens. No idea what yeah, exactly. Okay, give me a second to get it up and running. Okay. Yeah, I cleaned the connections on the inside earlier today, in hopes that it would help, but it turns out that it was probably not a good idea. I don't know. Oh yeah, the little graphics display is a different different refresh rate too, so that's cool. Oh, thanks NVIDIA app. New reward available. Thank you. Fucking assholes. What were we doing before? Can't remember. Yeah, well, that's Linux and NVIDIA for you. Yeah, the color is off now on the monitor. So there's that. I think it went down to 60. I'm not going to change it right now, though. What was I doing? I was doing the directional map normalize. Oh yeah, I was trying to see if that changed anything, making it 32F. It appears that it didn't. It appears that it did not. The next, thing that I'm gonna try is just getting rid of the dilation and everything, and the noise and stuff. Just like completely fucking get rid of it, and then see what happens. I believe this is, instead of ping, this is gonna be pong. So I don't want to forget that that's different, so I'm just gonna Oh, this is different. It's very slightly different. It's very slight. But yeah, it is. Oh shit. I get it now. I get it now. I don't actually, inside of the dilation and stuff, I don't think that I actually, yeah, I don't image store it back out. Oh. Yeah, I don't image store it back out. I image store this stuff, like when it's, but I don't actually do it for when it's. I should just do accumulated durs of vec4 then. And then just do this. Oh, also, this is supposed to be dir. Oh. Well, that was a big mistake. Huge fucking mistake. Oh. Yeah, when I was expanding this tab, the dir text, I appear to have messed that up. So, that was something else that I messed up. And during the denoise, too, let's check. It does might have a question. When I'm writing my raycaster, I find myself copying the tutorial sheet. It's like I can't work with my own logic. Just copy the match code and try to understand it. I don't use AI, but still not good to copy. Yeah, it's not good to copy, but honestly, if I never copied a line of code, then I would have never like learned to. You know what I mean? It kind of like it's not like you can just like come up with the fucking math yourself. Like that's not how it works. You know, like maybe if you went to college for math and college for computer science, then like you wouldn't have the need to copy or whatever because you learn the algorithms and the math in class. But like for people like me, it's copying is okay, just don't steal one to one. Yeah, I mean you fuck with it, right, and you change it and you make it your own. But like like I would not get anywhere if I just like my code was 100% my own. You know what I mean? Like these equations for the edge aware bilateral denoise stuff. I took this straight from the CPU code, but I mean this was originally taken from someplace too. Like it's not like I just came up with this shit. Like it's completely unreasonable to think that I did or that I would. You know what I mean? Okay, let's test it now. Does it want you to copy actually? Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure that everything is correct now. Incompatible types 29. I swear I did that. It isn't exactly white. It isn't exactly white. It is certainly pretty close to exactly white though. But I think that that's fine. As long as there's something on it. It did go through the denoiser, so it probably just gets a little bit washed out. Like I think that this is probably the denoiser thing being like if there wasn't anything, then we wouldn't see anything. It would just be plain white like it was before. But it's not plain white. It's kind of like a newly painted wall sort of thing. It probably doesn't come through on the stream, but it's not pure white. It's not pure white. I don't know if I'm supposed to be denoising it or what. But I did exactly right here. I'm like I literally asked Jarvis, "Hey, does the directional map need to be denoised and dilated just like the UV light map, And like a thing like that, like yeah, you just have to ask that question or else you're not going to do it the right way. Like it's like at some level low dev. Yeah, that for the Raycaster, yeah, exactly. That's the resource. That's the one resource for it, yeah. That is the thing, yeah. I mean, everybody copies that, though. That is the resource for it. Like, the canonical resource. With a lot of things, it's like that, right? Like, it's it's kind of like there's one canonical implementation of it, and that's it, you know. So yeah, that does sound like a lot of FPS. Yeah, that is really nice. Anyway, let's see. Let's see what we can see here. Let's try the lamb over the focus factor, and we shouldn't see just white anymore. We don't see just white anymore. Basically what this is it's the dot of the normal with the most dominant indirect vector over the factor of how dominant it is over the whole luminance. That's cool. That's really cool. So let's see it in action now. Because that's how you learn. Eventually you learn, get ideas from nothing. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing is, like, for example, like, with, like, the Lenia stuff, you know what I mean? Like, when I did it first, I did it in 2D, and I had to copy the code exactly, right? Like, I remember, like, looking at their Python code, literally looking at what each function does, how to do a roll, you know, over a data set, how to do an array roll. I learned all those things, and, like, you know, I had to literally copy what they did the first time I did it. And then a year later, I went back and I did the Lenian 3D thing, and that was my, you know, that was pretty much entirely my own code, you know, from scratch, just because I had learned by studying their implementation, you know. That's how you learn. Yeah, I think that's how everybody learns. I think that's how everybody learns. I kind of wish it was brighter in here. Feels kind of dark. It's kind of hard to see what is going on exactly, but it looks good. It looks kind of good. It is kind of dark, though. For indirect, yeah, it is. It is pretty good for indirect. We can bake it. It just takes a while to bake that, and I wanted to test this out. It's weird that it just doesn't get a lot of light in this room. I think that my indirect is correct, though, because if it wasn't correct, then it would be pretty obvious that it wasn't correct. Oh yeah, I was just gonna do less iterations so that we don't have to wait, because I just want to test this. Oh, I didn't compile. Hey, what's up, Freaky Diddler? Yeah, see, this is exactly what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about. Okay, so we have a big problem. We have a massive problem. All right, let's lock in here. So light data, we get light data out, and we do light data over the U sample count. Uh-huh. Unless it's not. Let's just test the pure light map. Let's just do the pure light map and then see if this passes. Even though I can't do much with it, it'd be nice for doing stuff decoupled from the camera. I'm not sure. I see compute and I see happiness, personally. That is what I see. The dot end with the dominant dir. I kind of want to see... Before we lose our minds here, let's move directional this one back to RGB A8. Because I think that's what it needs to be in the first place. I think that's what it's supposed to be in the first place. But yeah, it looks like this is making it really go to black, which is a bit of a problem. And now that I'm pondering about different learning paths, why some shame others. Yeah, I mean, I don't really get it either, to be honest. I think it's personally pretty lame. Especially like, I don't know. I think it's dumb that AI is like stealing people's jobs, and it's dumb that people think that AI can like code as good as humans or whatever. But I hate people that like, you know, virtue signal about the whole, you know, using AI to like ask questions. Like, I think it's super fucking stupid. Just personally. So this is the problem, is that it's completely black. It's completely black. Let's try negating dominant dir. Jarvis makes a good search in. Yeah, it's not bad. Let me ask Jarvis right now. Or, well, I'm not gonna ask Jarvis. I'm just gonna ask. Is the incoming dir dominant? Or is it not negated? It seems that having it as the incoming vector to a texel makes it completely black. The vector must point away from the surface out into the hemisphere, the negated incoming direction. Okay, so exactly right there. That's all I needed to know, that my implementation isn't wrong. It's just that that this is, I was wrong. I thought that it was the incoming. I read that it was the incoming, but it's actually the outgoing bounce direction, because it accounts for that already. So that outgoing bounce direction is exactly what we want. And now we should see it brighter. What's Jarvis? It's just AI. It's just LLM or whatever. Oh, this is completely white now again. This is completely white now again. Shit. Well, you definitely don't want it completely white. Definitely don't want it completely white. Let's read what the rest of what he said. Yeah. I mean, I'm doing the math correctly. Maybe it's just supposed to be very subtle. I don't really know. Let me see the focus factor again. The focus factor is just pretty white. I mean, it's not exactly, but maybe once again the denoiser makes it maybe it is supposed to be super subtle and I'm just being stupid about it. I don't know. I think I'm doing it right now though. I think I'm doing it right now. Okay. Well, I think I'm ready to move on from this. Personally. I do want to see what the final indirect looks like with it now. Use it as a search engine, it's good. Yeah, it's good like when I'm about to implement something, you know, to like, you know, have like an overview of a checklist of everything that I'm going to need to implement and just know ahead of time, because you know, if I don't have that, then it's like pretty hard to. This is pretty noisy because we turned this down to, no, this is 2. Oh, it's noisy because we aren't doing a lot of iterations. That's why, because I turned this down. So that's what it looks like without a real optimal amount of iterations. It's just not that great. Inf under your samples, which is bad. Infinite samples does not go well, I would imagine. It is kind of blotchy, but I think I'm happy with it for now. Of course, it does look a bit weird to have the red because of the, you know, the red lighting and shit, and multi-bounce. I also thought to move the probe baking to the GPU as well. I don't know if that's really worth it though. But yeah. Pretty cool. Hopefully it's working. Maybe it's supposed to be subtle. Maybe. I'll take a look later. I will take a look later. Okay, so what else did I want to do? Well, I was going to make it so that we can save the light maps again. We kind of got rid of that when I moved it to the GPU. And I didn't put it back, the save light map image thing. The annoying thing with the save light map image thing is that it writes HDR. I don't know. Actually, I asked Jarvis, should I be writing to HDR? And it said, yeah. Doing probes for indirect. Yeah, probes is good if you have moving stuff, you know? So yeah, probes is good. It's really the only option when you have moving stuff. So, how am I going to do this now? Do I really want to do HDR? Let me look that up. Should I save light maps as HDR or binary? Best if you plan to adjust or tweak the baked light maps. Yeah. I guess that's the benefit, is that you have a literal image, right? To tweak. I don't know. I started writing the binary right, didn't I? Yeah, I literally did start save light map to binary. The good thing is that you get to F write the whole thing, like you know, the width and the height and the stuff like that, you know. And the UVs, yeah, the UVs. So what is everything that I need to put in this file then? I need to go per mesh node and get the UVs, or I go just per UV island. I could just go per UV island. Right? Just go per UV island and then... You know what I should put? I should put in types in scene data. I should just have a name here. And then I can just write on here the scene data name, just so that I know that it's correct. I don't really remember how to do that though, in terms of a char array. You can probably just do globals.scenedata.name size of char 256 F. Something cooked I just noticed is, yeah, my SDF normals are flat. Drinking glasses but a sphere. Yeah. Okay, so let's F-write, we need to F-write for loop through all of the islands. So let's just straight up copy the code that gets the islands and shit. Never back. Okay, so where are these stored? What is on this struct? The mesh node, normal, rect, try, UVs. Old me would have written the whole thing. I don't think new me is going to write the whole thing. I just probably write the UVs. Oh shit. But each mesh node has a UV map, and that needs to also be... Oh shit. Yeah, this is complicated. What do I utilize in Windows for text editing? It's Helix. You can just do it, yeah. In Windows Terminal. Hey, you probably got asked this question a plenty. What do you say the difference between C and C++ at this scale is? I'm already good at C and C#. Curious what your take is and why. What the difference at this scale. Well, I mean, I think like there's a fundamental kind of difference with C is a very explicit language. You always know what instruction is getting executed and how, right? Like when you make a new struct, you know that it's not initialized, right? And you have to initialize the values yourself. In C++, this is handled for you, which in some cases is a good thing because it allows you to not have as verbose code and automate things. However, there's a level of abstraction that makes you, the programmer, slightly unaware of what's happening all the time. So, but C++ has some great things about it. For example, I mean, the C++ standard library has some of the fastest sorting algorithms in existence, right? Like it's incredibly useful. But also, the whole idea behind C is to give you the fastest language with the most control. Nothing is as fast as C. I mean, things are as fast as C, but you can't really get faster than C because C is basically just a very light wrapper over assembly, right? So C++ is good if you work, in a company and you have objects and you have inheritance and you have polymorphism and all of this. As a solo developer, I think C++ is kind of useless in my opinion, but that is neither here nor there, but this is just my opinion, but I mean, like std sort in the amount of selection sorts I've had made by hand in C, and knowing that it's probably slower than a C++ sort is, it sucks, right? But at the same time, I can guarantee that there is hidden abstraction overhead in C++ that makes it slow as well. C++ layer, which is embedded into the language, not the C++ language itself. Yeah, 100%. The standard commit. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of embedded, yeah. Trying to figure out the way I want to do this. I'm just going to write the islands themselves, I think. I'm just going to write the islands themselves. But I can't because of the pointers. I need to write it manually. I'm just going to write everything, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a bit tedious, sorry. It is necessary though. God, reading this shit in is gonna be so fucking painful. If you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. In my opinion, on the wrong track. This is gonna take forever if I just start stopping like this. Sorry. You don't even though. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. So this is just size t's. So you actually just do at UVI tries.buffer. You actually just do so you just do that. This is gonna be fucking tedious. Not a big fan of this. Because we have to do all of the shit after this. Don't UVs have something in them? No, it's just UVs, okay. And it's to tries count, it's the same thing. The CPU follows exactly what you tell it to do. Yeah, that's what I like about C is, like, every line, I know exactly that line is getting executed, It's a big weight off my chest. Big. Unfortunately, we have to go through each mesh node and now map it and now write all of this to it. What we will do, just for future proofing here, we want to write the name of the mesh here, just in case. Okay. So we're gonna write mn name. I can't remember. 128. And you don't want to write. Now I'm kind of wondering if you just want to. If you just want to have the save map and save, save scene and save load, have the light map inside of it and just do one thing. But I feel like, no. I feel like you just have them separately, but they're kind of intertwined somehow. This light map UVs doesn't get used. This doesn't get used, right? I can get rid of this. I'm not going to get rid of it right now, but it can be. Get rid of it because I'm kind of scared. You use this UV map on the mesh node. Since mesh nodes are... It's complicated. It's complicated, okay? Okay, so the UV map ping pointer UV map is per try. So we're just going to go per try. And we want to f-write the UV maps onto it. So I don't know what you're talking about. I use C for everything. Fuck yeah. I use C for everything. Hell yeah. 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 Okay, so let's get the asset. Let's stop fucking around and get the asset, huh? We have to get the asset. That's very important. Because if we don't, then we'll never know. The asset has a path. Why don't you face the facts, you old upstart? We fall apart. Okay, and if not F, return. That's the classic. Okay. Okay, now we have to write the actual pixels. I'm gonna keep it a buck. We gotta write the actual pixels. So true. So true. Okay, so we need to get the fucking texture. How do we get this? How do you get the pixels? This is GL pixel store. GL get image. Okay, get text image. Yes. Sorry, I was a bit loud. I think it's GLRGB. Yeah, it's GLRGB, GL float, and then you just get the pixels, bro. Okay, GL get text image. So we have the pixels, and now we want to write the pixels to the binary. And I think we can just straight up F-write the whole fucking thing in one go. Lovely. We're just gonna write from pixels. Size of vec4. I think we don't have to worry about the stride or anything. And then ld atlas dot width times ld atlas dot height. Just write that shit. Now we want to get the next one. GL get text image. We're gonna get, well, first of all, you have to bind it. We want to bind texture, GL texture 2D from the LD texture ID. Classic. Now you want to do this for the directional map texture, and you're gonna get the pixels from that one, except this one is RGB GL unsigned byte. Oh shit. Yeah, that's, you hate to see it. We need a free pixels, and we will get a, this one is uint 8t. Dir. What? 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 Oh, fucking. I missed the asterisk. My bad, guys. My bad. That's just me being stupid. I'm fucking dumb. My bad. I was staring at it like, what the fuck are we talking about? Also, for whatever reason, I can't get rid of inline hints or whatever the fuck it's called. It doesn't actually toggle on Windows for Helix, so that's kind of why I can't see the debug, because I usually have it up here or up here on Linux. You can set it. For whatever reason here you can't set this, so just another reason to love fucking Windows, right? Okay, so that saves it to binary. Now loading it is going to be harder. Loading it is going to be harder. Loading it is harder. I'm the only one, not the only one. Why don't you face the facts, you old upstart? It's so much more fun to just do the... I don't know. It's so much more fun to do the fancy lighting stuff and shit like that, but when I have to do this, it's like... And Valgrind proves a random thing. When I run Valgrind and it takes like 20 seconds to open. $20 million minutes to open. We're just gonna leave it like that for now. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with it, to be honest. Oh, the binary reading shit is so much fun. Who wants to read some binary with me, guys? My keyboard is doing the thing again. It's self-seg faults? I've never had that happen. I've never had that happen. I remember, oh my god, this is reminding me, because of the binary thing. I remember this, this was way back when I was doing the streams outside, on the porch and shit like that, and I remember there was this stream that we had where I literally sat down here and I just pressed compile and then I ran it and my computer just crashed immediately. And back then I didn't have a capture card or whatever, so the stream just went down. And then I came back and then I was like, okay, you know, I opened the stream again and we started streaming again. And I was like, okay, we have to figure this out. And then it just kept happening and I kept on having to restart the stream. And it was a binary issue with like reading from binary where it just read so far out of bounds, so much data in an infinite loop that it just instantly crashed my computer. And it just like, I remember that stream was like the funniest shit ever because it was like every time we pressed compile, we had no clue if it was gonna turn off or not. It was fucking hilarious. On Windows, no. This was on Linux. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome that you're enjoying it. Okay. Okay. How the frick does that happen? I don't. So it was like, basically, it was actually the light map. It was how I saved the light map. So basically, there was this. array. There was this array called blur texels, and it had a value of 256. There could be 256 of these stored to binary. What happened was there was a count that went out of bounds for it. And so every time we would f-read just a little bit more than the amount of blur texels. We would read 260 for the blur texels instead of 256. What happened is that there were a lot of those. It was a 3D lightmap volume. So that little error compounded to more and more and more and more and more and more as the f-read pointer just got further and further and further and further. And the problem with that is that now the offset is getting garbage data. So let's say you're trying to read in the count that tells you how much memory you need to allocate for this. Well, now you're allocating the room for an infinite amount of triangles at one time. Like, I remember we eventually figured it out, and we literally printed out that it was trying to allocate like 100 trillion triangles in one call because it was just seeing garbage data. And it was like the funniest shit when we saw that, because how does the frick does the OS itself crash? I don't know. It was like such a bad thing. Like, I don't know what it was. But yeah, I've never had anything like that before where it like crashes the computer immediately. But yeah, it was like, it was fucking hilarious. It was really fucking funny. It was really fucking good. We want to do the same pattern we did up here with the scene name for this shit. Bit concerning. Yeah, I mean, we fixed the bug and it was fine, but yeah. Most of my computer killing things have been optimized enough where they don't do that. Yeah. Yeah. You can definitely have that happen though. Like, that can definitely happen to you with the with bugs like that. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. There are sometimes some calls where it just can't catch it in time, and just reads so far out of bounds. What exactly I mean with crashing? With literally just black screen. Just I mean not like crashing, like I mean actually just computer turn off. Like instantly. Like, it was the funniest fucking shit. It was the funniest fucking shit. Yeah, it wasn't just like a screen and then a blue screen. It was literally just like turn off. It was so fucking funny. The computer, yeah, that was when, like, way back when that happened. It literally, just the computer just shut off. It was that bad. Not even a kernel pad. No, there was nothing. It just shut off. It's like the funniest fucking thing ever that has happened to me. It was like that bad. I think, I don't know. There was something. I was probably compiling with like optimizations or something so that it like didn't have the ability to stop it or whatever. But it was fucking hilarious. Yeah. It was fucking hilarious. I don't know what we're doing here with this shit. We're just gonna have it here just in case, I guess. Just in case. I mean, it doesn't actually do anything, but because I've never heard of that before with Windows or Linux. With Windows or Linux. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was just a weird case. Or maybe it didn't turn off. Maybe it didn't turn off. I've had that before happen though, where it just straight up turns off. I've had that before. Definitely. But yeah. That was fucking funny. It's definitely there in the stream somewhere. Also, I did size of char times 128. So, glad I caught that. That could have been pretty fucking bad, huh? That could have been pretty fucking bad. Could have been another issue. And we don't like issues. Yeah, I mean, my computer is probably the worst batch of all time. I don't know. This computer has always been fucked up since the very beginning, so. Wait, why did I write it this way and not just F-write the whole thing once? Don't do the double pointer. I doubt I'm gonna get this right the first time is the problem. I'm not the only one. I should probably just return if it's a different mesh asset name detected. That thing's probably old as hell. My GPU is really bad. You weren't here earlier, Enigma, but literally my GPU disconnected. It disconnected. Like, we were sitting here, and we just heard it go doo-doo-doo, and it just didn't exist anymore. So we had to restart the computer. And this is a thing that happens all the time. On Linux, it would be a thing where I just would shut down the computer, or start up the computer, and the GPU just wouldn't exist. And so I'd have to restart and then try it again. This is what I've been dealing with for years with this computer. Not the CPU itself. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We're about to leak memory here, so let's just lock the fuck in because I almost just leaked a whole bunch of memory. Whoopsies, that would have been a big whoopsie. That would have been a big whoopsie. Would have been a big mistake. A big mistake. Also, let's just make sure that we're not... I think I'm doing a double pointer here sometimes. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. That's an obvious, you don't want to be doing that. We definitely are somewhere like this. Don't want to be doing that. I definitely didn't like really lock in for this. So I was not paying attention. Gotta always pay attention when you're doing shit like this, because if you don't, then you're gonna be in a big fucking issue. I don't think that, yeah. You definitely don't want to be doing that. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't locked in. Almost made a big mistake. Big mistake. Could have been big. Just double check everything. Okay, I can reach out again. Oh, I'm a new viewer. The GPU story got me dying. Your computer just ran out of turning off. Yeah, that was a good stream. I was staring at a spinning cube. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, come on, Nigma. Don't be mean. Why are you being weird? Don't be weird. What? Emojis are cool. What? Dude, he's just being chill. What? Why are you being weird? Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Okay. So I need to make the alright, I already have this down here. If LD texture ID doesn't equal -1, then we will GL delete textures LD texture ID. I didn't do this correctly. So instead of get, we're going to fread the pixels. Yeah, so we're going to read them in. And then we're going to GL text image 2D them into the thing. GL texture 2D. The level of 0, internal format of GL RGBA 32F, the width of LD atlas dot width, LD atlas dot height, a border of 0, and a format of GL RGBA, and GL float and pixels. We need to set it up though, so we're gonna set it up the correct way. What is the correct way? Like so. And we will do the directional map the same way. We just want to we want to bind it. We want to delete it first. And do the gen. bind it, and then fread the pixels, fread, and then do this. Every time I see unsignaled apple, you gotta give a chuckle. Gotta give a chuckle. Okay. Did I do this correctly? 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 I have no fucking clue. How about this? Let's make a button that saves to binary and a button that loads it in our editor, which we haven't touched in like fucking 10 years, to be like completely honest with you. We seriously haven't touched this in like a long time, like a week or something. Let's have a regular settings menu. We didn't really make a regular settings menu. We have to like click on shit to edit it. We should have just something that we should do that, but I'm not going to do that right now. Sorry. We have this button called regenerate, which is a thing, I guess. It doesn't actually do anything right now, but whatever. What we're going to do is we're going to do save and load. We want to call this function oh right, the whole naming thing. Oh my god, we need a naming thing. Fuck. Okay, lock it in. My old engine has this in this file somewhere. NK and fuck. I don't even know what this is called, so I don't even remember what this is called. So we're gonna be here for a second. I need the thing where you can type in it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. I need the thing where you can type in it. What is this called? The fuck is this called? Oh, hold on. Map name, NK edit string 0 terminated. We found it. Yeah. Text box? Yeah. But it's you're thinking too simply. It's NK edit string 0 terminated. You wouldn't know. It's okay. But you don't get it. It's called an NK edit string 0 terminated. You got a text buffer here? Yeah, you need that. You need to have this hanging out here. And there's some other shit that you have to do with it. There's something else you got to do with it. There's something else. There's a flag. There's a flag that you have to have. I don't know if I had it with this. I don't know if I had it in this project. No, I definitely did. And it was a pain in the ass. I don't know if it's here though. NK edit. It's in UI. Why does UI.c have an exclamation point at the end of it? It's in UI. You need a yeah. You need these. And you need, how do you get the flags? Where are these from? Edit flags. That's what you get from NK edit string 0 terminated. You get the edit flags. And then you have to do this to lock the keyboard. Right. Now, why is this so cursed? I don't know. I didn't design it. There's a level of really, this is like the worst thing ever that they designed here. You have to check these flags to see if you need to lock your keyboard or not. The worst part about it is when you have multiple of these, you actually need to check multiple flags at different points in time. And it's like, yeah. I would try to Odin. No. Most of these new languages, I don't really see the point in, to be honest. Fuck. It's like, would I trade like slightly better syntax for worse compilers? Probably not. Just probably not. Oh my god. Okay, so we're just gonna have a global for it. So when you click off of it, it sets it to inactive, and then you unlock, and then you lock the keyboard. The tricky part is with the locking the keyboard thing, is that now you have to lock the keyboard and choose what gets locked and what doesn't get locked. Well, so you definitely want escape to be out of it. But for this, we're just going to put all of the other keys inside of this. The tricky part is that sometimes I've just fucking locked the keyboard permanently by accident, so that's not really fun. Humanity should have stopped making programming. I mean, that's not really what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'll respect other languages when they have like good, reliable build systems and compilers. Like I respect Rust, right? But something like Zig Odin, I just don't really, I don't know. I just don't find them like trustworthy. Like I would, like, I don't know. Why would I? It just, to me, it doesn't make sense personally. Okay. Odin is very close. Yeah, but then at that point, why don't you just use C? Like, what is the... I don't know. I really dislike when people say that C has a lot of foot guns. Or, you know, C is so unsafe. It's like, have you written C? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just... C is good because your seg faults tell you when things... You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really get it. It's like, you know, C is dangerous because you can leak memory. It's like, yeah, then don't leak I don't know. Sorry, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't The good thing about C++ is you get access to a lot of new libraries, you get access to a lot of tools and things like this. But with other languages like Odin, Zig, you know, these things, it's like you get access to less tools. Like, for what? I don't see the benefit really. Programming done right. Programming done right. So true, so true. So true, so true. Okay. Bake lightmap is no longer going to have this in it. The save and the load. Bake lightmap is literally just going to bake it. And then the save and the load will do what they do. There'll be different functions. Because they should be, I think. Build is so slow. I don't know. I don't hate Rust because I think it does something kind of unique, I guess, but save lightmap image. Name undeclared. What? Two 625. Oh, it's fucking... I don't even know why I was still calling that function. Why is it making a lightmap even though I told it not to make a lightmap? How does that make any sense? I probably did it wrong. I don't care. Test. Save the lightmap. Segfault. Okay, lovely. Loving it. Loving it. Great. Good stuff, guys. Let's give that a GDB. See, that wouldn't have happened in Rust. In Rust, you need a fucking external library to write to binary. I'm not even joking. I'm literally not joking. Maybe it's not that case anymore, but it was when I did it. Okay, we get question marks. Okay, you fucking hate to see it. Nah. Alright, we got to test some shit. I definitely missed a thingy here somewhere. I have a feeling like the way that I'm doing the names maybe might be problematic. We're just gonna do this. I don't care. We're literally just going to step through it and then see where it fucking goes wrong. We're gonna see where. Is it the pixel data or what? It may be that this gives us a thing, and it may be the wrong thing, and that would be sucky. I mean, Rust would be my baby's replacement. What does baby's replacement mean? Mesh nodes pixels. Okay, so it is a problem with the pixels. GL get text image. Is that is what you call, correct? Oh, maybe it's GL get text image 2D. Defaulting to 4-byte boundaries. That seems good to me, bro. That sounds good to me, bro. Let's test if it's dir pixels. It may be the unsigned byte. It will replace Rust. Rust will replace C++. Rust isn't replacing shit, but I think it does something unique for sure. Yeah, it is the dir pixels. Yeah. Wait a second, you silly little goose. That's supposed to be ×4, dumbass. Sorry, I just called myself a dumbass. That's mean. That's literally mean. That's literally fucking mean, bro. Okay, we're saving it. Excellent. And now we load it. And we die. We fucking die. Oh, here's why we fucking die. Because we didn't do the thing here. Well, probably not, actually. Probably not. Yeah, I feel like ray trace shadows are kind of bad. Not gonna lie. Kind of bad. I didn't do ×4 here like a fucking idiot. I didn't do ×4 there like a fucking idiot. The thing that I don't like about it is, like, personally, I just don't like the, oh, fuck. Shit. I don't like the whole, like, talking about it like it's a I don't like the whole talking about it like it's like anything other than a tool, you know? Like, a language is kind of like, it has its own design philosophy and like ideas behind it, like, sure, but like it's kind of like how people talk about the weather, you know, like that's the whole thing with me with like programming languages. Like, everybody like comes here and like asks me like, oh, what do you think about this programming language? You know, like, not to be a dick or anything, but I get this question all the time about like my text editor and my like I don't really give a shit. I just program, You know what I mean? I don't really care about the languages. I don't care about the text editors, the IDEs. Like, I don't really have an opinion. I just code. You know what I mean? Like, I care about the code. That's all I care about. Just personally speaking, you know. I think it's weird to have a take on it that's not just that. Well, this looks fucked up, huh? There's definitely some padding issues. I feel like there's definitely some padding issues. I wonder if it's the directional map. You can try getting rid of the directional map. I will try getting rid of the directional map and see if it's that. Are you Tokyo Spliff? I am not Tokyo Spliff. But you're using Helix or some interest? I guess so. Like, I'm using Helix, sure, but like, I don't know. It's I don't like think about Helix like all the time. I think it's really cool, but it's not like okay. Save it. Load it. Okay, it's the directional map. It is 100% the directional map. That's wrong. Maybe they just want to chit chat. Maybe they do just want to chit chat. I guess it's just, you know, I've had about like 700 hours of answering the same question, but yeah. Do I genuinely pick C because it's what you're comfortable with, or is it started from principle of purism? I just use it because it's fast to write. This is GLRGBA, that's why it's a problem. I just use it because it's fast to write, and it gives me a lot of freedom. It's the fastest language to write, and it's also the fastest language to run. And those are the two things that I care about. It doesn't get in my way. There's not a lot of fucking compile errors and shit like this. And when I'm writing a line of code, it doesn't typically get mad at me right away. So that's why I use C, because it allows me to prototype things fast and not have to worry about bullshit, you know? Oh, I'm not actually showing it didn't actually... Your name is Tokyo Spliff in here. Yeah, the Tokyo Spliff stuff is weird. I don't know, I feel like I'm nothing like him. Just completely different vibe. Okay, we got the save and the load working. Nice. We got the save and the load working. Now, does the regenerate work? Okay. Does it all work? But that's not to say that I don't like Tokyo Spliff. I don't really watch streams, but, you know. He's probably a cool guy. Go to programming video. I mean, I wish I had a fucking job, you know, that allowed me to, you know, do that. That would be sick. It would be really sick. I would definitely move to a house in the middle of nowhere I don't fucking really like people any very much, but yeah. I think that it works. That definitely felt like more light because I pushed the intensity up, because I pushed this intensity up. Yeah. Now run Doom on it. Yeah, I should put the iteration count as a thing. Think about, it's out of context question. What do I think about Terry Davis? I have a lot of similarities with Terry. Not as good of a programmer, obviously, but I think it's kind of really sad to think about kind of how he was treated. I mean, like when I was a teenager, I remember when he got homeless, right? Like I was in my junior year of high school when that happened. And I remember just, like he's thought of now as such a legend. Like everybody like has this fucking thing about him online where everybody talks about him so highly and shit. But at the time, everybody was just like making fun of him to his fucking face, And he would go on his stream and it would be everybody fucking goading him, and like, so I think, what I think about Terry Davis is it really just like perfectly encapsulates the two-faced fucking shitty nature of humanity, that like once he died, everybody thinks of him as like, oh, like what a legend, you know what I mean? Like when I was a teenager, he was like a lol cow, you know what I mean? Like that pisses me the fuck off. It pissed me off back then, and it pissed me off now that, everybody like, comes out to the stream and then says that I'm similar to Terry Davis and shit. It's like, it's just like, I don't know. Like that shit just pisses me off, because I know that if he didn't die, then, he would not have, had this fucking, like, this cult of, around him, about him, It's just because he died that people, like, remember him a certain way. And there goes my GPU. But how old am I? I'm 25. But yeah, I think it's just fucking bullshit, to be honest. History repeat itself? No, I just think that it's pretty two-faced of, like, humanity to remember him a certain way when they treated him so poorly. I think that that's, like, really shit. I don't like hearing, people, talk about how Terry Davis was, or, do this or do that. It's like, dude, like, I don't know. It just makes me feel fucking weird. Is that the nature of humanity? Van Gogh is the same way. He became famous after his death. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just easier to, like, fantasize about people that are already dead, for sure. But I don't know. I don't really know, like, what about it bothers me so much, but it kind of just does. Kind of just does. Yeah, my GPU. Do you hear this GPU? That's my cue. That's what happens when I when I have it working for too long on something. Okay, now we calm down. Nice. Oh man, the day when I get a new computer is gonna be sick. We're gonna have we can do like different amounts of iterations for the light map. We can put the I hope that I'm not leaking memory somewhere. I don't really know if I am this time. This with something like this, it's pretty big because it's pretty hard because there's just so much that's touched by the so much that's touched by the light map. It goes into the mesh data and creates arrays. So there's a lot. The GPU is a jet engine. Yeah, it's coming out of laptops too. Do I manage VAOs constantly or is it abstracted away? In my old engine, it had like its own layout system where you could create layouts from JSON and shit. Literally, I just have 3 VAOs for the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like one is the wireframe debug VAO, one is for the light map stuff, and then one is just for the geometry. I think it should be just that simple to have those. That's the layouts. You can have extra VAOs with VBOs, like you can do that, sure, but I think just there's no need to have a lot. I mean, he was a schizophrenic. Like, it doesn't really matter what he believes or what he didn't believe. Like, when you have psychosis, you don't really get to choose what you believe, right? As someone like me who can, so I relate to that, right? Like, so it's kind of it had nothing to speak to his character, but the fact that people took advantage of him at the end when he needed people is just kind of whack, very whack. Like, clear the buffer here. Let's see, on initialization, do I actually do this init globals? Where's my init globals? Lightmap data.uvs equals null. Very strange. Init vector for the lightmap. So this is, yeah. Then it frees it. I think we are leaking memory because we don't actually free the. First of all, doesn't UVI have tries.uv? Tries, yeah. Every time we make a new UV island, we need to change that. That's how you guys use usually. Yeah, I mean, when I made my first engine, I made it so that you could make like any vertex layout, just in case you needed it. But it ended up being quite useless, to be honest, because typically when you're doing game engine stuff, you really only have like one vertex layout that's just for geometry, and you have one for like the 2D UI stuff. There's really no need for like complicated vertex layout stuff. It's really like never. But I kind of over abstracted that away the first time. It's like no point. What was I doing? Right, yeah. So this needs to, we need to free the UV mapping. The UV map. Where do I allocate this? If UV map, free UV map. When I init a new mesh node, do I assume that I put that to null, of course, right? Init mesh new. Init new asset instance. I don't, but I'm assuming that asset nodes has it already a thing. Let's just assert that to be true there. Do I want to free it there or during the init? Well, I mean, it's gonna get freed anyway at some point if it passes through here. I just want to make sure that I'm not leaking any memory, because it's very possible that I am. Very, very possible. Because it's complicated, right? So if you have a light map and then you add a new mesh node, you just spawn like a barrel in or whatever, and then you decide to make a new light map, well, what happens, right? You have to kind of think about it. I think it's fine though, because it'll just free it if it needs to. We don't have to worry about it, I think. Something that I don't think that we're doing though, we store it into directional map texture. We image store into it, but we don't ever GL delete texture that and set it to a new one. Oh yeah, I have to do. Time to use Valgrind. Yeah, that's something that I should do at some point. Because they are static. Yeah, but I mean, they're so good for, you know, being cheap, right? They're just so good. Okay. We can add onto the editor. We can add an NK property F that has those properties that we were talking about earlier. The texels per UV unit and LM iterations. We have the texels per UV unit as a define, but instead we don't have to make it a define, and we can instead make it editor settings, because there's no need for it to be compile time constant. editor settings dot texels per UV unit. The question is like, do I want to move the probes to the GPU right now? Same engine as about rockets and planet? No, that wasn't really an engine. It was just a like a particle sim that ended up being a 3D graphics sort of project, you know. But yeah. We're going to start at 2. And we'll start the LM iterations at 128. And we'll make them NK properties. Do you have, I use TinyC? No, but I've seen Soding use it. Fork in your workflow, I guess. But like when you like, if you like end up like making a game or something, I think that it's pretty important to have in your arsenal the static stuff as well, you know. I think it's pretty, I mean, for like open areas, right? Like having, if you have like sunlight in an open area, right, you know, it's kind of important. As my deck of cards? Am I using WSL? I'm using Glaze WM for the window manager. If that's what you're asking, I don't really know what WSL is. Windows subsystem for Linux. Oh, I see. No. No, I'm not. Okay, what else? What else? What else? I think that's pretty much it. We could pass in the denoise radius as well if we want to be like super modular about it. I don't really give a shit, to be honest, about that. We could change the light map width and height as well from here. I don't really, you know, it's like whatever. I mean, that's just kind of overkill right now because we don't even have a way to save the fucking scene, which I have to do. Yeah, saving the scene is going to be hard. Saving the scene is hard. It's more binary stuff we have to do, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because you basically have to create a an instruction list for how to set up the scene again. So like you need to load in this asset here and this asset there. It's kind of hard. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I can move probes to the GPU. It's kind of free. It should be pretty free to move the probes to the GPU because it's actually like the same fucking code. It's literally the same code as the light map. Let me look up. Do I path trace these? I think that you do path trace them. Sounds very costly. It's way cheaper than doing the path trace for the UVs. Way cheaper. Way cheaper. Way cheaper. The UV stuff is like painfully slow. But doing the probes, my probes literally take like 10 seconds. I mean, like not 10 seconds, like milliseconds. It's like really fast. Update a subset of probes per frame. Really? To the scene acceleration structure. Per frame. Real time, you're obviously doing them once. Yeah. I feel like that's too costly for me. It probably is. Most definitely is. Yeah. It's most definitely too costly if I do real time. There's no way to do it. I don't think so. Oh yeah, the iterations thing. We should have it actually take the iterations. Let's just do Yeah, I'm trying to think if like there's any way that I could do real-time probes, but I really don't think so. Like even if I had like an optimized compute thing going on, yeah, probably not. I don't know. I'm just like thinking like since I have all the stuff on the GPU, if I could like move stuff to the GPU, but like then you have to move everything to the GPU. What's the text editor I'm using? I'm using Helix. I think like relying on the GPU too much, I just can't do it with my computer. So I think it's impossible to do that personally. Yeah, I think it's impossible. Yeah. Something I wanted to implement because I'm crazy and I want to do something crazy. I have an idea for a city where the light is coming from the ground rather than anywhere else. And so to do that, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to have a thing that bypasses directional light specifically on certain meshes. And so I should just make that a thing that I can toggle on meshes. Um, and then let's see if that works. Do I want that to be a per mesh thing or a per mesh node thing? Is the question. I think I'll make it per mesh node. So let's just do that per mesh node. Skip directional UV lighting. That's what we'll call it. And do we have an NK button toggle? NK. NK option, I guess. NK option label. I think it's NK option label. Why C instead of C++? I like it more. I think it's faster to write. It gets out of your way. I don't like objects. That's all. I don't like objects. We need to send that to the GPU in the per mesh node data. mesh GPU. We need to have a, let's have it UN32T because we have the space. Skip directional light. We need a default. We need a default to something. Yeah, I think we should go with the asset instance. Where we init new asset instance, just put it to, and then the skip directional UV lighting equals 0. When we upload that data to the GPU, or we do the upload scene data, we need to set that here. Mesh data j dot skip directional light, mn skip directional light. And finally, in here, where we do the bounce lighting, we need to skip directional light on it. So if we have it, right, we want to just, when we traverse the scene BVH, we want to just remove it from the list. If mn is static equals 0, continue. If mn dot skip directional light equals 1, continue. Oh, but it's only directional light. Oh. Oh, we have to do something. Hey, what's up, Sophie? I'm a villain, not a monster. Simply put, we're gonna put in here skip directional light. I think we only can do it when we are solving light sources, not when we're hitting surfaces. When we solve light source, we put in here the light. So we need to pass down the light type. Is it uint? I think it's uint, right? Yeah. So we're gonna pass that down to traverse scene BVH type, and if mn skip directional light equals 1 and light type is 1, then we continue. The tricky thing is that now when we call the traverse scene BVH here, we just have to put in a 0. Made a hit to wow, 12K likes. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, let's see if this works, I guess. Oh, but we need a... Oh, yeah. We need to re-upload the scene data for that to work, and I don't have the ability to do that. We're just gonna go through and free shit. You're learning Go. It doesn't have the wild keyword. Yeah, that sucks. Go is alright. E, F, and X test? I don't know what that means, to be honest. Oh, I shouldn't have made these named all different things because they all go together, but whatever. Do I initialize these to null? No, I don't think I do. Time to do that. Just gonna initialize all of these to null so that we can re-upload stuff to the GPU. Also, I kind of just like programming on the CPU more than the GPU, just in general. I don't really like... It's kind of out of your hand, the optimization of GPU code and the way cache works on the GPU. I think it's just lame in general. Sorry, that was like out of... That was... the context disappeared for that. 4 for everything. Yeah, while is important. But also doesn't need semicolons. Yeah. Is this path existent, a file, and executable? Oh, I see. Well, that's kind of dangerous, isn't it? I feel like I'm missing one. Aren't I? I guess not. Guess that it's 5. Thought it was 6. Let's just make sure we're not leaking anything. I don't think we are. I don't think we are. So we should be able to call upload scene data multiple times now. I don't think we want to make this on every change right now. We probably just want to make this a function that we can call from the UI. From the UI, probably. Maybe. Ah, fuck it. Let's just put it on a button. I don't care. Let's just put it on, like, F1 or some shit. I probably need to include that. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, let's put it on F1. and unperformative. Oh, I see. Yeah, fish sucks. Also, it puts the type in front of the variable name, so int number. Number int. Oh, that's fucking dumb. Why is this so slow? No. Oh, we are lagging. We are lagging. Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. Good shit, man. Good shit. Skip directional light. You piece of shit. Alright, let's see if F1 seg faults us. I don't know if it did anything. Okay, why are we lagging? Let's check something real quick. Let's go into Task Manager. I don't want to, like, dox myself. I don't know if, like, the Wi-Fi comes up in Task Manager. I don't think it does. I have a strange feeling about this. Okay, hold on a second. What did we make texels per UV unit? We made it 2, right? We made it on default to 2. Why would that make it slower? It should make it faster. Fuck. Shit. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is that. This was 4 before. Alright, let's just try putting it back and seeing if my GPU is just being a prick or not. Oh, sorry. It looks like my GPU is just being a prick. Yeah, this happens. Once my GPU fan goes off once, it just gets stuck in what it's called a high power state. So it's probably just fucked. So yeah. This is why I didn't want to start using the NVIDIA GPU. Because the NVIDIA GPU does this shit. That's why I stick to the Intel one. But the Intel one doesn't have bindless textures, so. And I need bindless textures for the light mapping. So I need it to sample the albedo in the compute shader, so there's literally nothing I could do. Yeah. Alright, let's figure out why this isn't working. Skip directional lighting equals not skip directional lighting. Why does this not work? NK option label. Why does this not work? Oh. I don't understand. Okay, let's just try this. Maybe it's this. If that is 1, then it equals to true. Else equals false. Seven issues, 1 reboot? Yeah. Okay, please work. Okay, I think it works. So we're gonna turn on skip directional light, and then we want to move the we want to move the red light so that it is on top of us. Why can I not see it on the shadow map anymore? I think I fucked it up. Okay, whatever. This is so fucking... Oh, it's because this changed to this. Why did the light type change? It's weird. Okay. I think I misclicked it probably. So just literally put it from straight up. Or no, you want it from straight down. Yeah. And then we want to press F1 to send stuff to the GPU, and then regenerate. And the light should be on the ceiling. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, was I not? I don't think I was editing the right light. Okay, let's make it something obvious so that it's like very plain to see. Let's just make it white. I mean, honestly, it's really hard to tell. I think it is working. I wish I had a thing to delete lights. That would be cool. And then if I put it from straight down and regenerate it, we shouldn't have light in here. I think it's working. Let's try skip directional light on the top and then not on the bottom. And then... Oh, I didn't press F1. Okay, there we go. This has to be working now. This has to be working. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So basically what I just made it so that if a light is coming in through a certain way, we skip it on a certain mesh. So we obviously aren't skipping it on the bottom, so this hallway is dark, but when it comes from the top, it skips the top and then comes in as if there was no ceiling. And so the reason why I want this is because I want to have a weird thing. I want to have a weird thing where the lights emit light themselves, the walls emit light themselves, without being like an emission thing. I kind of want it to like be like a ghost sort of thing or something like this. Yeah. I have to honestly make the asset, I think, off stream because I can't fucking model on stream. It's like so nerve-wracking and shit. The good thing, though, if there is one silver lining, is that I can save the light maps. I can generate the light maps on the NVIDIA GPU and then load them and then use the Intel GPU to, render and walk around, hopefully. So if there's one silver lining, it's not that, it's that I'm not tied to it completely. So that works. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know how to do, for example, like scene BVH updates. I have no clue. I'm just doing raw updates every frame, just rebuilding the tree, which sounds expensive, but actually it's not unless you have like an insane amount of nodes. Like, then it's ridiculous, but it's actually been fine so far. What else do I want to do? I don't know. I could move the probes to the GPU and just not do them in real time. That could be fun. It's just pretty much copy and pasting the code. It does feel, though, like, it's just one more thing to save and load, and we don't really have a way to, I don't know. I kind of wanted to bake Sponza and then, like, push a cube around it or some shit. I don't know. I really do want to bake Sponza. I just wish it didn't take fucking forever. Especially gonna take forever now with my GPU. Actually, let's explain what I was saying earlier. Let's illustrate it for you. That when we try to bake Sponza, here's what's gonna happen: is it's gonna crash, but it's not gonna crash because there's anything wrong with the code. It's just that the GPU driver gets scared because the compute pass takes too long. And you might say, split it up into separate jobs. And I already am splitting it up into a grid of jobs. I can't do it any smaller, or else it just takes way too fucking long. And crash. Yep. Yeah. Now it works if, for example, I'll show you how to make it work. It works if you do a tile size of like 64. But when my GPU gets into a state like this, I think I need to make my own maps to be testing light in and stuff like that. For the stuff that I want to do. Now it's not going to crash, you see. It's not crashing. But what I'm doing is I'm doing 64 by 64 instead of 2048 by 2048. You see? That's how small the compute passes need to be. Oh, and it still crashes. Wow. Yeah. Not much one can do about that. Not much one can do at all. We can make a save and a load. It's kind of just like really hard. You kind of want a drop down to select things, to select assets and stuff like this. So that you can load them in. Hi back. I think I'm just gonna create something. I don't know how to do things in Blender though. I have no clue how to do things in Blender. I don't know my way around it very well. I gotta lock in and remember, like, you know, how I did things, you know, back in the day. I don't really remember how I did this shit. I always don't remember the axes. I inset operate. Yeah. I don't really like remember the all of the commands and stuff, you know. I remember Arya used to get really pissed at me with the Blender stuff. She hated every time I stepped foot in Blender. It would be like 20 fucking things like, dude, you suck at this. You're so bad. You're so bad. Oh my god, what the fuck did I just... Do you press shift? How do you... Isn't it you control? You loop cut and oh, you have to yeah. I'm all over it. How do you select multiple though? Isn't it like it's control and or alt and to do multiple? Control or shift? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay, I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit anymore. I just realized I don't fucking care anymore. No. You misunderstand. We're not doing this anymore. I kind of just like had an idea for like a ramp that curved, but now I feel like scroll. Yeah, I know it's scroll. It's scroll and something though, right? Because this is just I'm scrolling and I'm pressing and I'm holding shift. Control R. Okay, I mean okay, I'm losing my mind. It's fine. I'm gonna fucking get tilted soon. What the fuck am I doing, bro? Make a plane, extrude one edge up, select the corner edge, and bevel. Okay. That would have been, you know, that would have been pretty good, huh? We're just gonna attempt what you just said. You said make a plane, extrude one edge up, select the corner edge, and bevel. Okay. Is it not B? Oh shit. That's pretty good. Control and B. You think I should just make my own simplified? Yeah, I mean, I made in my first engine. I basically had a per triangle thing that you could do. Then scroll to control the bevel. Control B. Then scroll. Oh shit! What the fuck? What? Holy shit. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. How do you do the proportional editing thing, though? That's a good one. Isn't it like... I can look it up, too. You don't have to tell me how to use... Teach me how to use, like, Blender right now. By the way. Oh. Right. Are we getting rid of this shit? I just decided we have to get rid of it. We have to get rid of it. Oh, it's one object. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The proportional editing shit is pretty crazy, huh? We gotta move this shit back, bro. Nah. Nah. Nah, that shit is not right. Nah, yeah, we fucked this up bad. Separate them? Yeah, you can do the separate. Yeah, yeah, you're so right. You're so right. You're so right. You're always right. The proportional editing shit is pretty crazy because then you can do this like all at once. Like, dude, that's fucking nuts. Okay, this is like the steepest hill of all time. Alright, that's a nice hill. That's a pretty sane hill. What do we think? Yeah? Alright, we need to take this, extrude this down, and then just, you know, take it across town. Just gotta take it across town. And then just fill this shit in. Okay, yeah, I'm remembering now. I'm remembering now. Just wait, bro. I'm remembering. But now how do I fucking fix this goddamn topology, brother? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. No. I'm having flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks. Do you need loop cuts to see the way I would have done this, right? Is to just loop cut the bottom and then match it up. Is that the correct way of going about a situation like this? I feel like, right? Blender is easy for you? Yeah, I mean, I haven't used it in like fucking a year, so. Like, literally. I mean, I was never a god at Blender, but you remember I made the gun. Well, I mean, you don't remember, but I made the gun. That's like my one Blender achievement is making the fucking gun. Oh yeah, this is cursed. Oh yeah, this is fucking cursed. Yeah, this is bringing me some flashbacks for sure. Copy the top one and scale it to Z for the bottom and spam F. Are there grid fill faces? There is? I think this is how I used to do it. I mean, This is like super cursed, and then the topology is just like fucking, like what the fuck is that, right? Alt F or something? Lock in. What? That went full screen. Wait, what does redo? Oh, it's not. Okay, we're not dissolving the selection. Okay. Is it? Yeah. All right, that's a slope. That's a slope. It's not like the greatest slope ever. Okay, yeah, you definitely don't want to do that, bro. I'm now starting to realize like how difficult it's gonna be to like make what I have in fucking mind. I had like this idea for like these pillars on the side, and the light is like coming through them. But that's kind of hard to do. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Isn't it F for face? Yeah. I think you just have to make a new cube at this point. I have a plan for a full game. I have a plan in my mind, but I'm gonna have to become like a god at modeling things, and I feel like that's just never gonna happen. So I guess never say never, right? But like I'm saying never right now. We need this to go way out, by the way. I just realized that. We could probably go in the other direction, actually. Is there a way to, like... select all in the middle? There definitely is. There's, like, a lot of funny selection things that you can do. I hate using Blender on stream because it's like genuinely like so painful to watch me do things. What game do I have in mind? It's like a turn-based RPG but in 3D, like Wizardry 8. And basically you just wake up in this like really weird place. It's like this town that's it's like a seedy type of like city, but it's just huts, and it like has the vibe of a city, but it's like a village with like neon signs and everything. And you get this letter, and you're supposed to kill this kid, and that's the whole journey of the game. I guess that's kind of what I was going for. It's kind of weird. It's not like an incredibly normal premise, but I do have a feeling about it. There's a feeling about it. How did I want this to be? I'm trying to think in my mind like what I pictured. It's like these concrete kind of like pillars sort of things. It's supposed to be like more I think less thick. Less thick. Oh, I should have made it its own object. There we go. See, I always forget which one is fucking... There we go. No, we're extruding this into the fucking sky. I think that they're supposed to have like a thing here. So I need to make that thing somehow. And so I think you just do this sort of thing. That's not directly in the middle, but it'll do. Well, it definitely needs to be extruded, but like we can change it after. That's a bit much, actually. I didn't mean to do it that much. What am I making? Just this place that I've had in my head for a very fucking long time. It's I'm not doing a very good job at it. But it's like this industrial type of place. With these like pillars, and the light is like coming from this side, and then the light is going through the ground, and it's putting shadows on the walls over here. And it's like really blue light. Anyway, I had like a dream of this place a long time ago, and I always wanted to make it, and I guess I kind of want it to be like the first place in the game, whatever I make, is like you kind of wake up in this place, and in my dream it was an airport. But I mean, if I don't do it now, then I probably will never make it. So I mean, might as well try. Why is this not working? This just doesn't want to bevel. This one. Why are you being weird? Stop being weird. Stop being weird. It's not like the prettiest thing ever, but It'll do. Go to face mode, select the face, and then press period to... Huh. I've never done this before. I don't know what that does. You can hold the middle mouse button and flick it in the direction you want, and it will choose the axis for you. Oh, that's really neat. Is it? Oh shit, that's so neat. Actually, thank you. That's really cool. That's really cool. I don't really like the beveling job I did there. That's just not right. That's just really fucking ugly. I don't like the beveling tool. Like, why is it so weird? This is like a constant source of pain for me. Okay. That's cool. And now I'm just gonna duplicate these guys, I think. How do I do this? Is it Control D? Duplicate object, Shift D? Okay. Middle mouse and flick. Okay, there we go. No, no. No, you piece of shit. That looks so scuffed. That looks so scuffed. Okay, I gotta take the advice here. That's fine. Like the bevels because they mess with the topology. Yeah, it just would have taken forever to get that working otherwise, you know. You feel me? You smell me on that? This looks a bit too regular, so now I'm thinking this needs to like come up and shit. I gotta force myself to use the fucking shortcuts, or else we're never gonna get anywhere. It is kind of polygony. I know I can just like subdivide, but I feel like I can just do it myself and probably do a better job than a subdivide would do. The numpad? Are you using a reference picture? No. No, this is just off the dome. We kind of need a wall here for it to be casting on. I think that there were pillars on this side as well. Yeah, I think that there were. It needs to be a little bit further out, I think. Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's Control Shift. And then we just duplicate them on the other side, I think. No. Bro, I have to... Don't I have to, like, move the cursor to it or some shit? I don't really remember how to do that. Set origin. Origin is center of mass. And then RZ90. Okay, there we go. There we go. Are you planning on keeping the final model low poly? I don't really know. Now I can do a lot of high poly meshes for the engine, but I kind of like low poly in general. I just like the feel of it. I don't know. Alt mouse middle mouse button. Alt middle mouse button. Whoa. What the fuck? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, thank you. That's actually nuts. That is actually fucking cracked. People that are wizards in Blender is just like crazy to me. Just crazy to me. Like, that's gotta be so cool to just like be able to just like fucking make whatever you want and shit. Okay, this what you can do is you can just like subdivide this thing, but I don't know. Why do that? I mean, I guess you could. I mean, let's just try it and see. I want to see the statistics. This is 1,000 triangles, 800 triangles. Is this really worth 800 triangles, do we think? Did I eat today? Yeah. I ate a cereal. Thanks for looking out for me, though. We need a wall here. That's what it is. There's definitely a wall here. Do I want it to be its own? I think I want it to be its own mesh. Yeah, let's not do this because we still need to figure out the wall situation. Why do I seem like I haven't eaten today? Sorry. I think cube is just the fastest way to go about things, to be honest. Follow the advice. I just drank water. I'm kind of out of water, I'm not gonna lie. Should get water. We were talking about how I'm becoming lactose intolerant, so I haven't actually drank this cup of coffee because I'm afraid. I'm not gonna lie, I was like fairly close to fucking yakking on stream earlier because of it, but we can keep that a secret between us. You know what I mean? We don't have to tell anybody about that. This shit is a large wall. The shit like goes up like really far. Alright, peace out, Enigma. Good seeing you. Slate already posted the clip on Twitter. The problem is textures. Like, I don't have like fucking textures for this shit. So it's all gonna be like one texture. Like, I can get them from Polyhaven or whatever, but like eventually I want to make my own textures, but it's kind of hard. That was fucking funny. Yeah, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. I don't know. A flat wall. A wall seems too flat. You know. Maybe it's fine though. Maybe it's fine. Save Blender likes to crash. Sure. Sure. We'll save it. I don't know what I'm gonna call it. Blue. Is this the color of the light? The light's supposed to be coming from here, and it's casting shadows on this wall. It's like this. It's upside down. And the floor, it skips the floor and it goes onto the wall. Noise functions? Yeah, you did give that to me. You did give that to me. I don't remember how it works though. I'm not gonna lie. I watched the video you sent me. And then it immediately left my brain. Is it in modifiers? No, it's like a texture thing. You like add a texture or some shit. You go to material probably. You create a new material, and then you make you add a texture, don't you? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Do more in the shading tab. Really? I always forget how to get to this shit. Isn't it here? You go to the shader editor. Are you talking about here? You probably create a... Why did they make this so difficult? This is so confusing always. So you do a texture and a noise texture. Is that what you were saying? And then you do like 3D FBM noise. That's fractional Brownian motion for those of you that don't know. I think the way she taught me was in the material tab. That is true. So... Oh no, where the fuck do I put this shit? Okay, so I'm assuming that I put this in like displacement or some shit, right? Factor thickness, factor displacement. Uh-huh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not seeing anything change. Just make super fine noise. Unnormalize it? Is anything on this, that's the question, is anything on this this is so confusing. This fucking thing is so confusing. Is this the material that's in the shader? Switch to rendering view. Oh, you're so right. Oh shit. Whoa. This makes my computer so laggy, so I never do this. Whoa. Crazy. Crazy stuff. That is a rock wall. Wow. That's so cool. That's really cool. That is so cool. It lags the fuck out of my computer, I'm not gonna lie. I wish that there was a way to like you know, make it like not like do that, but I want this to be a different material, yeah. We'll call it a pillar. Trying to teach him baking it? Is it hard? Voronoi texture. That is a noise, isn't it? Dude, they give you the fractional Brownian motion for free. That's crazy. You don't even have to code this shit. This is crazy. Is this not doing anything? Or am I on the wrong material or some shit? I may just like straight up be on the wrong material. No, I think I am. Oh. Was it only one of them that got that material? It was this one. You know, like, what I don't understand is why when you select multiple things, doesn't it just like all go to the same material? That's so dumb. Sorry, that's dumb. There's a few buttons to click on, so I had trouble guiding people. Yeah, it is really hard. It is really hard to get your way around it. But I appreciate you trying, because I'm typically very like lost when it comes to this stuff. I think I did bake normals before, actually. For the gun, I baked normals. I baked roughness and everything. God, how are you supposed to see this shit? Oh, like that. This is literally like I'm 2 FPS right now. That's all right. This is cool though. It's like this is kind of like a concrete sort of thing going on. I like this. I like this. I like this. Does exporting to GLTF bake it for you? I don't think so. Why is this not changing to the... It says that it's the material, but it isn't. You're modeling yourself? That's sick. I'm so confused why this isn't changing. Okay, there we go. To be honest, I don't even have to bake. I can just use textures that already exist, I think, and just like make materials, I guess. I don't really have to do all of this, to be honest. Use material view. Is this what it is? Less harsh, but it also makes everything look like cotton candy. So maybe there's like a rendering backend that's less, like, get rid of shadows, get rid of, do less samples, and get rid of fucking temporal reprojection, whatever the fuck that is. Can I go to cycles? Is cycles better? This is slightly better. So how do I feel like this wall is so goated. This wall is so fucking goated. This wall is just insanely, I don't know, I just got it good on the first try. Can I bake this? What does the bake on this look like? I think I go to, like, I don't remember exactly. Don't I go to like the Eevee or something like this? I think I need a UV unwrap it first, probably. So that's what I need to do. Yeah. I need to set my UVs up. Bro, I don't really remember how to fucking do that, to be honest. We're just gonna do the smart UV project, bro. Because I don't really know how to do it I mean, bro, it's just a wall, though. It's just literally a wall. So that's chill. That's pretty chill. I can look it up. There definitely is just a button in here somewhere that does it, though. Is it object? Is it under here? I thought that it was under here. Baking textures in Blender where? Render engine to cycles, go to the render properties tab, scroll down to the bake section. See, that's what I was looking for. Go to the cycles, go to the I already forgot. I literally just fucking forgot. Go to the what? Go to the render properties tab and scroll down to the bake section. Render bake. Oh yeah, bake. Direct, indirect, diffuse, glossy, transmission, emission. That's a lot going on, bro. Bake type. Okay. We got this going on. So if I choose normal, space tangent. Click on combined. Okay. But can I? I'm assuming I should get rid of this stuff. No, I don't want lighting. Oh, okay, to bring up my options. Yeah, I guess I was gonna do normal since it's pretty. How do you do ARM? Do you just do them separately and then you have to combine them? Or is that like environment? Dude, if I have to combine them manually, I'm gonna crash out. I'm not gonna lie. I bake my arm through diffuse and I plug it into the albedo channel. Word up. Okay. Through diffuse and you plug it into the albedo channel. And I combine the channels using combine node. Dustmite, how are you doing, man? What's up, Pahadi? I'm not coding this second. I'm trying to bake on the material editor. On the material editor, the shader nodes. So in the shader editor, you bake yours through diffuse. You make a diffuse thing. Texture. No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Diffuse BSDF, is that what you're talking about? Principled is fine. You do it here? Oh, I'm sorry. I can look this up. Go to the shading tab, add an image texture node, click new. Just bake type, click the bake button. Okay, we can do that. And these days I'm working on my personal. And if you're having a hard time in graphics, what are you working on? So you make a new texture on the bake area like you have combined. I plug what I'm trying to do into base color. Okay, got it. It's a card game like Uno. The card orientation. Are you doing it in OpenGL? Alright, we want this 512 actually, because that's better for my GPU. And we want this to be wall normal. We'll do normal first because that one's probably easy. Oh, I put it to have fucking alpha. Oh my god. I'm tilted. I just got really tilted. We're gonna do that again. Probably tile your texture if you're gonna do 512. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Tiled. Easy. Okay. So you say to plug it, you don't plug it into normal, you plug it into base color. You plug it into base color, and then you're saying, then you keep the it's selected while you bake. Okay. Keep it selected while you bake, and then you go to the oh, not that. What the fuck? You go to it said ARM. Okay, we can do ARM too. We can do ARM. My tech stack was Framer, Motion, and React. As it's gonna be a browser game. Pix.js now. I'm a beginner. Oh, I see. Oh, I just asked if it was OpenGL. I'm not sure what Pixie.js is. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, to be honest, I haven't personally made anything like that, but I've done a lot of UI stuff, and I know that doing that is really painful. So I can understand that. You just plug it into normals. That's fine. Okay. I bake AO first, then I to put in one and bake it through diffuse. Okay. Okay. So let's just do normals first because it's simple. We definitely want to name this wall normal though. Name and use. Okay, yeah, exactly. Name the other one. Okay, so you said that you could plug this straight into normal, but then it gets rid of the normal. I guess I should plug this into normal. Wait, why does it look like ass? If you're baking a normal, not bake through normal. Okay. Okay, I will trust you on this. Bake normal. No, yeah, you're completely fine. Completely fine. No active and selected. You're fucking lying. You're actually just completely false. You're literally lying. You're not lying. You're actually so right. I didn't select it. Circular dependency for image wall normal. Okay, well, you said this? The giant tab on the top called shading. Okay, got it. I clicked it. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're working with, okay? We have a noise texture that goes into displacement. And I tried to bake this, but I think that it's wrong. It's not actually this. Am I supposed to do something like this? Like, I don't know. I guess my idea was I wanted to bake the normal to be the displacement that is this noise texture. Do you get what I'm putting down? Plug your height into the displacement node. Connect this to the displacement material on the material output. Material output, yeah. Look for material settings. Find surface. Change displacement to displacement only. Find surface. Displacement. Change displacement to displacement only. You've never baked displacement? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I just thought that this looks so good with this like this. But I've tried plugging this into normal and it looks like complete ass. But maybe it's completely different than a normal thing. That's probably what you want. It's a 1D factor. That's probably what you want. Okay. The displacement node. Into the height of a displacement node. Oh, hold on a second. I need a displacement. Can I use normal map? No, I think you need a displacement node. And you put it into the height. No, yeah, it's not. I'm just vibing, you know? Compiling shaders, one remaining. Oh, is it not even going right now? Maybe it is a normal map? You should make a new texture, call it the name of what you want to bake, set the resistance. Yeah. I did bake the normal map, but then it just baked it to like this. Like this looks so rad. Just like plug straight into the displacement. It looks so cool. But I don't know if you can just like bake a normal map from that. Whoa. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Displacement of one is grayscale 1D. No way to convert bomb/height map to normal and bake it. Ooh. I'm looking at Stack Overflow. Create. Click its new button. It says that I can just bake it. Let me try again. Let me just try again. Target image texture, clear image. Holy shit, it did it. 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 I think so. It looks like it did it. It doesn't look as good, but I think that is just because I don't know why it is, but I think it did it because this looks like it. I think so. I think it did it. It's weird that it doesn't show up here, but it shows up here. Okay. Well, that's cool. Now I'll do the AO, I guess, and take your advice on that. So it probably wouldn't do AO here. How come? I was just gonna do AO, then metallic, then roughness, and then hook them up. Is that what you were saying before? Or do I need a combine? You said I need a combine node. So let me find that. Not one arm text for a wall. Okay. Okay. I get it. I should probably give it a diffuse texture though. Just in general, just on principle. So we probably just want to open a thing here. And give it a thing. Something I got something in here. I feel like we could probably go for coastland rocks. Or AO baking? Yeah, I have it. Oh, I do have AO baking, yeah. Actually, it's broken since it was a part of the light mapper on the CPU, so I do have to put it on the GPU. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as the light map baking, yeah. I think we're just going with coastland rocks. No, that looks ass. All right, I need to get one for this. Wait, but it's gonna look weird because now it's got a different normal map on it. Damn, that blows. I got a lot of random dog shit in here because of the Sponza incident. Oh, clay floor might have to be it. Painted concrete might also be it. Hold on. Oh wait, this is yours. Wait, I'm stealing yours. I might have to steal yours though, not gonna lie. I think I'm stealing yours. Sorry. Holy shit, that we're cooking. We are so cooking. Oh my god. That is insane. Holy shit, we're doing it. We're fucking doing it. We're actually doing it. What are we making the pillars? Dude, spawns a column. No, I just found a good pillars one. Yeah, we can do painted. Oh wait, no, we have that for the other one. Yeah, let's just do clay floor. No, this one, no. There's one that's just green.png. The fuck? What is green.png? Why is it just green? What? That's fucking funny. That is hilarious. We could have the Sponza columns? Nah, but they're all like UV unwrapped and shit. Template grid albedo. Oh wait, this is yours. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, sorry. I literally am just like looking at like random shit right now. You're going all out? Okay. I cannot wait to render it. If you give it to me to render it, I would render it all the time. We got Mr. Armor, 6x6. That's just a checkerboard. Okay, we gotta lock in here. I think we're just clay floor seems so ass. That seems so ass. That's fucking disgusting. My god, that's so ass. Okay, it's fine. We're not married. We need to make textures or get them from somewhere else. Because that can't be what's happening. We're gonna go with the coastland rocks for this one. Holy fucking shit, that's so ass. My god, that's fucking terrible. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Never mind. You know what we're doing for the ground? We're just gonna steal template grid albedo. We're stealing that. And we're just gonna UV unwrap this. I think we cooked on this. I think we really did. We really did. This has a normal map on it. This has a normal map. We can actually just like steal that. What is this? This is the clay floor. Dude, this is a nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare. How do people do this? This is painful. Alright, we're speed running this now. We're locked in. We're speed running it. I'm actually I'm gonna actually rebake the normal. I'm gonna rebake the normal now that we have the texture on it, because I think you're supposed to rebake it. We're gonna rebake it. Dude, the shading tab is so much better. Alright, we're baking the normal. Don't bake it there. Okay, I don't think that did any. Hold on, I have an idea. Maybe you're supposed to have the other normal texture in there, and then you just combine them. You told me? Told me what? The shading tab is good. It is good. It is really good. Let me see what you sent me. Oh, nice. Dude, that is a nice room. I like the way you're getting the light in. That's gonna look sick. Okay, it baked nothing again. Okay, so you can't bake normal. Okay, so we learned there. We had a learning moment. Okay, so I need to save it. How do you save it again? I remember that you have to save it or some shit. I remember that being important. That you have to save it or some shit. Save this data, fake user. I think you have to fake user it. I think that's what it is. Alright, let's save this. I'm stealing your texture, is that okay? Yeah, okay. I didn't have anything to put for the floor. Dude, I think we might be ready to give it a shot to export it. I don't know how that works though, but you know, let's try it. Let's try it out. I don't know how that's gonna work though. Textures into textures. We're going to have not Y up. Tangents. Always have the tangents. And export. Oh my god. Assert false. Export settings. Self.materials. Assertion fail. Okay. Well, that cannot be good. That cannot be good. That cannot be good. Alright, peace out. Thanks for hanging out. Huh. What if I don't select that? Okay. Make your own Sponza level. That would be awesome. You know how much I hate Sponza. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might have to look up this assertion error. The stairs, yeah, the stairs look good. It looks really good. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. Broken animation references. But I have no. Apply all transforms and A, control A. Okay. Alright, we applied all transforms. It says that it has something to do with just leave animation out. I don't think it's an animation problem though. It's an assertion material for self materials. Dude, I'm so fucking confused. I don't understand what the problem is. Simple app restart often clears the corrupted state. Okay. So let's just restart then. You can place around and make your own scenes. Yeah, I think that's a good way of going about it, to be honest. I don't really like the whole use Blender to just like make the whole thing, you know. I think it's good to have separate stuff for sure. Result materials from union. Class material XX from none. Alright. We're going the ridiculous way, and we're just going to try to do selected objects. Okay, that worked. So let's just try everything but the fucking wall. Try everything but the fucking wall. Could not calculate tangents. Try to triangulate the mesh first. Okay, got it. But the wall is the problem. The wall is the problem. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah, the wall is the problem. Okay. The wall is the problem. Do I have to delete this? No. It's the normal. Oh, maybe I needed to pack the file or whatever. That might have been what it is. Okay. It couldn't calculate the tangents because we need to triangulate the meshes. That's very true. I didn't do that. Tells you which mesh is the problem. Yeah, I think I need to triangulate these meshes. Not gonna lie. I think I'm just gonna slap the triangulate modifier on the whole fucking thing and then just call it a day. No. It's the pillars. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the pillars. We gotta get rid of that fucking thing. I don't even know if we can. It doesn't do all of them at once, right? Oh my god. It doesn't do all of them at once. No, it's because I'm trying to get the tangents. I'm a tangent type of guy because I like my TBNs super neat. All right, we're just going to leave it at that. And we're going to export with the do the modifiers. Apply modifiers. I'm a simple guy. I apply the modifiers. And let's see if we can load this bad boy in. I don't think we will be able to, not gonna lie, but you just gotta send it. Make one master asset. I fully made one of them, yeah. Holy shit, we're going. Wait, why is it taking so long though? Like this shit is like, there's nothing in there, bro. Baking the monstrosity? Why is it a monstrosity? I shouldn't have added that little bit of coffee. Regret. I'll do it. I don't know. I don't think it's a monstrosity. It looked cool. Here it is. Whoops. Yeah, it does kind of come through. Yeah, I couldn't really had a more ugly fucking texture for the fucking pillars, not gonna lie. You sent me the blend files? Okay. Oh, you mean bake the actual textures. Oh shit. I don't know if I can do that. I will fuck it up. Like 100% I'll fuck it up. Well, that was fun. I want to do night. It's a good practice. I'll try it. I will try. I will definitely try it. It's fun. Yeah, I need more practice with the modeling stuff. You know, so there's a lot of meshes. Yeah, I mean, as long as there isn't like a lot of like really small triangles, then it should be fine. In terms of like baking the UV map, like I'm doing here, then it should be fine. I think the reason why it's taking a long time is because my GPU is fucked currently. But what happened? Oh, this is the. It's coming from the other way. Yeah, on your model, I mean it's fine as long as there's not a it's fine as long as there's not a lot of small triangles that I need to unwrap. And it's usually fine. Yeah, you can see the literal green spots. It looks good. It's something. It's not it's not a Picasso, you know. I'm trying to find the. I think that these lights are on top of each other. Yeah, this one's the one that I was, because this is supposed to be. I wanted it to go from the other direction. Yeah, there we go. This was how it was supposed to be. And then this is supposed to be coming from the ground. And then this is supposed to be skip directional light. And I just want to do that for like a few iterations. Should invert low samples. Yeah, that's pretty much. Well, it doesn't. It's just the. See, like the dots when I do a low amount of samples is kind of. It's kind of weird. Wait. Yeah, I'm wondering where the. Because the shadow map doesn't skip. The shadow map doesn't skip the mesh. Yeah. If the mesh has skip directional light on it, it shouldn't draw when it's doing the shadow map. That's what I need to do. That is what I need to do. But yeah, you can literally see the green from the bounces. Yeah. This texels per unit thing. Oh, there it goes. It kind of doesn't want to move. Oh, I know why. Because I made it a property f, but the actual thing is an integer. Oh. Looks like a PS2 game. Yeah. I think honestly, like, I feel like modeling is fine. I think it's the textures that make it, you know? I feel like textures definitely make a model, you know? I feel like learning to texture is like such a good skill. like making like not even just like painting, but like finding a way to like make textures, you know. It's like a really good skill. The only reason why this one looks good is because of the fucking wall. You know? I feel like I gotta learn that skill. Yeah, 1 second per iteration should not be happening for this. I think it's just my GPU is pissed from earlier. And yeah, I am doing 256 tile size. It's not ideal. It's like some steampunker stuff. Yeah, the the reason why is because the copper fucking pillars. The pillars are not. The pillars are the texture is the texture you used in the hallway for the shit on the floor walls. You know what I'm talking about? That's the texture. Because I couldn't find any other texture that would. It's fucking funny. It's fucking funny. It's fucking funny. Yeah, I don't know why it baked like that. That's so weird. That is so weird. Why did it bake like that? Yeah, it baked kind of weird. It's your default texture? No. I mean for the pillars. It's the stuff for your hospital hallway. It's the stuff that's on the floor. Like connecting the floor to the walls, that thing. That's so fucking funny. Because that's from Polyamid, yeah. Yeah. It's so weird that is light and the rest of it is dark. Like, that's so strange. Nah, yeah, something is definitely fucked up with this shit. How's the bake lighting going? It's going well. I just made like a model in Blender and I'm testing it out. Make some materials, not all of them. Yeah, I think the polyamid ones are so good. I kind of want to like make my own textures though. It's like kind of. I have no clue how to do it though. I have to like look it up and do some research. Yeah, I don't know why it looks like that. I don't know why. See, it has that, yeah. It has this light spot in it. So weird. Can't replicate. Well, that's good. That is good that you're getting to that point with it, yeah. Well, this was cool. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here, but this was cool. What did I get done today? I did the directional map. That's what I did. I did the directional map. That's what I did. Yeah, now it looks fine. I think it's probably the regenerating the map that's problematic, possibly. Oh, right. I never sent the data to the GPU. I never pressed F1. Oh, I forgot about that. I did forget about that. I did very much indeed forget about that. Is for you is like with math with clashing noise. Yeah, definitely could use noise. Yeah, for something like this, it would definitely be possible with just plain noise. And now you press F1 and then you send it to the GPU. And then you do like this. Yeah, I gotta make this thing. You can't even do this because it's not a... Yeah, I don't know why I made it an integer. I'm so fucking stupid. Let's change that now. Another graphics programmer, nice. Yeah. Running is next, but yeah, I did what is it called? I made my old textures in the old engine. I made them in what's the pixel art thing? A-Sprite. I made them in A-Sprite, which was a lot of fun because they didn't really look like A-Sprite, like pixel art, you know? Because you can do it in a certain way, you know? Taking pictures that are real life. Yeah, I feel like the taking pictures from real life is pretty sick. I don't really have a nice camera. But A-Sprite was really cool because I don't know, you don't really have to have like an insane amount of like drawing skill to do it, really. With the where's the 3D noise? Okay. Yeah, I gotta look like up a see, this is weird. It only happens when regenerating the map. It kind of breaks. So yeah, this is still a problem. I think that's not supposed to happen. Guess making physical 3D and drawing it to textures would be textures too. Yeah, I think I'll probably look up online. Just started messing with things on random. Yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass because like it was pretty cool to make this, though I just made it like, you know, with like a, you know, a noise into the displacement, and that I think it turned out fine. Oh, I see what it is. It's when you fuck with the texels per UV unit. Oh, I see why that is the case. Because now it's no longer the same UVs. Oh no, but I unwrap again, don't I? Yeah, I unwrap again, so that shouldn't affect it. Weird. Those POM breaks you made with math? Yeah, I think I'll look it up. Yeah, but if I do this, then there's going to be artifacts, I bet. Procedural materials are among the easiest. Visual scripting for shaders. Yeah, it kind of runs like ass on my computer, so it's kind of hard to play around with, to be honest. But that's why I think I'll probably look something up. Yeah, these artifacts that show up. I think it's because of the texels per UV unit thing. And then this starts to get bad. I wonder why that is. Because we should be making one from scratch. I feel like everybody uses dogshit tools though, to some extent. I mean, isn't, you know, are you talking about Blender? I feel like Blender is a pretty high quality tool. I don't know. This calls bake lightmap, which is all of this shit. Paint.net? Yeah, I've used Paint.net quite a bit myself. I have quite some experience with Paint.net. I think the normals are wrong on that, probably. Might be why they're showing up black. Possibly, I didn't check it. Do I still have it open? I do. No, I don't. Yeah, I think the regenerate lightmap button is broken. I think the regenerate lightmap button is broken. It's broken. Fuck. Alright, let's try to pinpoint it. Let us try to pinpoint it. Let's just do the regular light map and try to figure it out, I guess. 2, 3. Yeah, I did this before. What would be different if we generated on... Oh, add all meshes to buffer, uses the different UVs. We need to make a function then that updates the UVs. I didn't think about that. Need to make a function that updates the UVs. Or we could just rebuild the draw buffer straight up. That might be the easiest, cheapest way to do it right now. Allocate lightmap SSPO. Goes through the meshes and then calyx it. And then freeze the old one. Yeah, but we don't have a way to... This consistently expands it. Layout meshes. Yeah. So let's just do over here, let's just set add all meshes to buffer. Let's just set layout meshes dot count equals 0 if layout meshes dot buffer free layout meshes dot buffer, and every time we bake a light map we can also add all meshes to buffer once again. Where's VL come from? Global's vertex layout. Okay. Alright, let's try it. This is just going to rebuild the draw buffer from scratch when we create a new light map, because the UVs need to be changed if we change the UVs. Like, maybe that's a stupid thing, but honestly, this is only for like production, so it's not something that matters so much. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh right, this is not the full lighting. Anyway, turn up the pixels per UV unit and then let's see if there's still artifacts. I've never done a pixels per UV unit that isn't integers. I don't think that there's artifacts. I think that these artifacts are fake. What I don't understand is why this doesn't show up on the map. These guys. Alright, peace out, Anna. Thank you for the help today. Thank you. I appreciate that. All of it. Yeah, I don't know why these don't show up. I just want to change the material. just to see if we regenerate, if it's the material or what. I doubt it though. I'm guessing that our unwrap. Oh shit. Oh. Well, actually, that might have just been. I think that was actually just the GPU getting mad. Probably. Or no, I didn't press F1. I didn't press F1. That's why. Yeah. I didn't press F1. Gotta press F1 every time you... Actually, you know what? Just call this every time, because we don't want to have to deal with that anymore. Just literally do this. Yeah, we can see why this isn't unwrapping, I guess. It's weird why that is black, but just really tiny tiny triangles. Some of these functions have to go. They're super old at this point. Let's try a 99. Let's try a higher epsilon for the unwrap. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be 2. I don't know why that's supposed to be 2. It's always worked better at 2. Is some of them just... Yeah, they just don't get assigned to the map, I'm pretty sure. The sides of them. I wonder if at some texels per UV unit they do. Let's just try, you know. You're not the only one. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I need to know where it is, so I'm just gonna literally do print statements. Literal print statements. Literal print statements. Yeah, I'm not sure why that would be happening. I'm still trying to figure out, like, mentally why these aren't getting added to the thing. I guess what I could try is every try gets its own island really quick. I could just, like, literally get rid of the walk coplanar adjacency and just see if they get added without UV islands at all. Let's see. Well, that's fucking awful. Jesus. Well, that's fucking terrible. What the fuck? We try upping the dilate passes, but I mean, I feel like that shouldn't. I don't know if it's dilation necessarily. Yeah, let's try to recreate this bug, I guess. I should try something with emissive textures. I really haven't done that. Okay. So yeah, that didn't work, but let's try and recreate the bug. Should have probably GDB'd it. Although I don't know if it's CPU side. It happened after 2 last time. The noise dilate normalize deleting end. It's probably add all meshes to buffer then. Well, hold on. Let's try it's probably that actually, because the capacity wasn't reset. Init vector, I'm pretty sure init vector also yeah, it doesn't free, but it does everything else. So that's probably that bug. It doesn't explain why that's not on the, why those things aren't on the light map. Something I can do to prove what's going on is we can write well, we can't actually prove what's going on. Because I was going to write a color to the padding, but we know that it's padding. So that's not going to prove anything. So we try that. I doubt that there's any. I completely doubt that it's a. That it's a dilation thing. I don't think so. I think that these guys just don't get assigned. That's forcing a texel width. That's forcing a texel width of that. Try a higher block size of. No, yeah, block. Yeah, that never did anything. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is reasonable to set this here to like something that's like at least as much as the padding. Because I'm telling you, if I put this to 4, then they appear, but you don't want every triangle to be 4. That's like it's ridiculous. Also, I feel like hitting them has to be pretty hard, huh? Like as an array, hitting them has to be pretty hard. No, but we start rays from them as well. Alright, let's test if we fix this bug. Let's test if we fix it. Okay, it looks like we did fix it. Let me try just not doing the UV pairs thing. I was never sure if that UV pairs thing worked. It was meant to stitch things together. Oh, this. Oh, well, yeah, you have to do this. Oh, wait. That was never match found. Oh, yeah, that code did nothing. Already. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, this used to be. I had this as the with -1. I can't really remember why I had it like that. If there was a case where if it was 0, then but then you get nothing. If enter with -2 times the pad. Hold on a second. That with -2 times the padding. And the width I calculate as oh no, yeah. Hmm. If even like pushing that up to 4. Like, really? Doesn't do it at 4. Like, really? Like, at 2, it would do it previously. Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing the math in my head on the... on it, and it doesn't seem to be mathing. Does not seem to be mathing in my head. How about this? Just color everything white. I'm doing the math and it isn't mathing. See, yeah, I am totally right. These just aren't assigned. I mean, like, hello everyone, no one's here. But hello to you. How are you doing? I mean, at what point do they show up on the map if I force them to? Like what size? Like they still don't even at this size. Fine. I'm fine. I'm doing all right. There is just basically I have this light map, this UV light map, and I'm trying to figure out why in some weird situations the tiny triangles just they refuse to show up even when forcing them to have a high enough texel size. They just don't show up. So I'm trying to figure that out. Let's try it. Okay, idea. Let's just try it nearest. Because that will show us for sure if it's a padding issue. Because if it's black on nearest, then that means for sure it's unassigned without any filtering. You know. Yeah. Still. Why did I choose OpenGL? I don't really have a new computer, so I can't really take advantage of any of the Vulkan stuff anyway. I have a crappy laptop from like 2016, so OpenGL is kind of better. Always preferred D3D11. Yeah, I used D3D 9 on Windows XP. I did a project. I think it's cool. But yeah. The thing is, that doesn't change norm PU and menu. How do I get menu? Menu we calculate. support at least Vulkan. It does, but there's no point in it because I can't use any of the fucking features that make it faster, you know? It does. My other machine doesn't support Vulkan at all, but there's really no point, you know? I barely even have bindless, you know? Literally, if I use my integrated GPU, I don't have bindless, you know? So it's like that, you know? There might be an edge case here. With a lot of pain, CPU, GPU synchronization if you want things to run fast enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see the argument about like how much control it gives you, you know, like I literally don't have access to those extensions. This is some oh shit debugging. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily, I don't know. It's weird. I don't really know if it's even a bug necessarily. I think, you know, I'm trying to figure out what I should try. How can I force it through? I think I might literally force the min and the max UV straight up. I'm trying to see if think if that would really fuck things up bad. Probably. Yeah, probably. I kind of want to check the model itself at this point. Like, what is up with these triangles? I don't have the modifier applied here, but I mean, there's got to be something with these fucking triangles. I mean, they are tiny, but like, there's got to be something weird with them. And I did check the orientation right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with them. How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? Let's try a really, really weird thing. Let's try unwrapping based on angle, like we were doing all that time ago. Based on current face normal instead of the method where we just go based on the UV island normal. And that works. But everything is kind of on one UV island. So like, but that works. I think if you want to do it this way, you have to be like super, I don't know. Some things just aren't. I think some things are getting assigned to the wrong UV islands. You know, just like, it's just bad unwrapping. It's just bad unwrapping. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just basically a UV island should really, everything should really have the same normal on it, or like really close in some epsilon to the same normal. So doing what I'm doing right now is like really not like the best, practice of all time. But I mean, for now I'm just gonna leave it like this and call it a day. I can investigate it later, I guess. I don't know. But it's kind of just whatever. Alright, I don't really know what I'm going to work on next. I could move the probes to the GPU. So I may do that. We may do that. Not really sure though. I hope I can figure out this thing with my actual GPU, like the problem that I'm having with it like overheating and shit. Like I need to get a new computer really bad. I apparently have a check coming in the mail. Apparently. But who knows? Yeah, the reason why it takes so long is I think my GPU is just stuck in like a high power state or whatever, and I need to restart to fix it. I don't know. I've looked up a bunch of things with this, different driver versions I could try. I tried a driver version that was just straight up like didn't have anything on it, and that kind of sucked. And so this is like the last supported driver for this GPU. And it has some issues, like if the GPU just hits a certain like thermal limit or whatever, it just gets stuck in a high power state, and it's like a known bug with the driver, which is kind of shit, to be honest. But yeah, I think I'm gonna render this and then peace out. Don't really know how much I got done today. I got directional maps done. I got some editor stuff done. The directional map stuff is cool. But yeah, you really do need like a lot of iterations on a scene like this to get rid of the blotchiness, for it to converge. You really need like 128 iterations or something similar to that, because you're just not gonna get rid of it unless for something like this open, you're just not gonna get rid of it. It's like a thing with like light maps that you're supposed to like let them converge rather than blurring them or whatever. At least that's what I've heard. But yeah. Yeah. Alright, thanks for watching. I have to figure out what I want to do next. I'm kind of like in between stuff. I don't really know. I mean, I moved the light mapper to the GPU, and that was like a big project, but now I don't really know what to do next. Feel kind of lost on what to do next, to be honest. I think I'm just like putting off doing the scene editor and save and load and all of that, the state stuff, and the being able to spawn in stuff and deal with that, because I just don't want to deal with the memory shit again. You know, it's like a big commitment once you implement that, because then it's like everything has to connect to it. It's kind of like last engine, it was a mess. It was a mess, that whole thing. So I don't know, probably have to do it, figure it out. Yeah, I should really do emissive textures too. I also should be able to like have it like you open a material thing and then you can change the material. Problem is then, like, you know, with the save and load stuff, like, you know, this is an asset, you load in the asset, and then you have to, you know, figure out how to reconstruct the material based on what you have in the save scene data. It's like, that's like ridiculous to do, but yeah. I would love to spawn in a cube and then start pushing it around here. That is really, I should get that dealt with so that we can do that. I think the coolest part about the engine is the physics stuff. And I haven't been doing any of the physics stuff lately because I've been doing the lighting stuff. The lighting stuff is cool too. Like, I think it looks good. But it yeah. All right. Peace out.